No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. That's what I really mean, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain, he folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape line, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes.
My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed, they've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it. Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You help me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in. Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. Election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of I think it's $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air. I love kids jumping on my lap.
Hello. Back. How are y'all doing? I forgot to reset the Biden count. There are currently 0 Bidens in the world. No more Bidens. Pray that I increase it. Or maybe don't. Maybe you don't want it. Maybe this is the perfect amount of Bidens. Anyway, how are y'all doing? Biden aside, you hate to see it. How are you all doing? I got my hair re-dyed. I like this blue a lot better than the other blue. It's less green. But I'm woke now again. They're sending me my new pronouns. They're in the mail. But I got the hair first. Once again, we are back. World has moved past the need for buy-ins. Did the world ever have a need for buy-ins? Woke 2 is officially a thing now. Congratulations, everyone. You helped bring it back. It is a shame that people think that, like, woke 2 is, like, a real thing. Oh, I'm floating. Sorry. That, like, woke 2 is, like, a real thing. Because it's obviously, like, I mean, woke as an entity wasn't real in the first place. And fuck the Knicks. Yeah, I don't know. I feel embarrassed because I told you all. I mean, obviously, it was like obviously Spurs in 5, right? Like, they're obviously gonna win. And then fucking that happened. So that happened. What is the fucking guard's name? Is that a brown bear? Castle about the basketball that's being thrown at him. He's right behind me, isn't he? That's so stupid. That's the most insane game the most insane ending to a basketball game I've ever seen. It's such a good game, and then it was tied, and then that was Romi's fault. It was probably both their faults. Presumably. Yeah, I think it was probably both of their faults, and then probably also the coach's fault for not calling a timeout, probably. I mean, he's 22 years old, and he's in the finals, and he's just cracking under the pressure. I think Wembanyama treated the conference finals like the real finals, and was like, well, I mean, after this, it's just over, right? And then it wasn't over. And he's playing against, like, the most, like, the cosmically lucky team of all fucking time. They're almost on, like, the Knicks are almost on, like, the longest like playoff series winning streak ever. It's someone had a good comment about that it's like, this is what that game ender was like, the one of many games during the Knicks playoffs that, like we are in the only universe where the Knicks won that game. There have been, like, at least a dozen of those games in the finals or in the playoffs. You know, it's the Avengers reference of, like, I looked through all of the alternate realities and there was a single one where the Knicks win this game. They're, like, the luckiest team of all time. It's destiny. It must just be destiny. I think it's just over now. I think it's over. I wonder if Donald Trump being in the audience, because he's gonna be in the audience, right, for the third game. I wonder if Donald Trump being in the audience is gonna, like the Knicks are finally gonna Doctor Strange live. That's clever. I wonder if they're gonna be cursed. Yeah, then Spurs in 7. Like, Wemby. What's that joke? Everyone's joking that Wemby is Maoist. He's gonna, like, get his Maoist powers again. Like, the hate he had for Chet. He's going to push that hate towards American capitalism. And, you know, the den of all evil in America, the biggest American city. And he's gonna win it for, I guess, San Antonio is presumably, I mean, it's kind of fake to say that one city is more working class than another one. A basketball court is kind of like a ballroom if you think about it. That's true. He's gonna look at cat and see a sparrow. That's so true. Yeah. Hope Trump leaves the UFC arena up. That's so funny. The White House UFC arena is like, the analogy was used by Matt Crispin in, like, 2017 of, like, there's no taking the chicken grease out of the stains out of the Constitution. I mean, that is just fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? The White House octagon, like, You can't come back from this. American Century of Humiliation. It's just it's over. It's completely over. It's very funny. Here the fights may be kind of good. That would be much funnier. No, it'd be much funnier if they were all terrible, I think. They should build a golf course. It's unfortunate that everyone has just been... Well, I guess not. I feel like the lib thing now is to be too angry to make jokes as well. Like both sides of the culture war. I mean, that was also the case in Trump 1, I guess. That it's like it's too mad about the destruction of your country to appreciate how funny it is. You know, you care about the Constitution too much to appreciate how funny it is that they've got chicken grease stains in the Constitution. But not me. I don't like America. So it's hilarious. I think it's bad, but it's also hilarious. It's funny enough. It's funny enough to recognize it as such. But yeah, I feel I posted on Blue Sky. I told you all I was gonna make this post, and I just decided to do it on Blue Sky because no one. It's a swagless platform. But it's cute that New Yorkers actually think they're gonna win a ring this year. And then fucking Wembanyama has to just legitimately throw away a tied game for no reason because he's bored. No, there's no sports Blue Sky. That's the thing. If I posted that on Twitter, that would have been like, I think people might have tried to like kill me more than the AI tweet. I think it would have. No, people get mad on Blue Sky for also the Grand Platner stuff, which you had to talk about. I've been trying not to scroll at all, but I looked a bit on Blue Sky, and obviously they're talking about it. I still actually can't narrow down the Greg's take on the obvious take with the Grand Platner allegation stuff is like he's a fucking idiot. Oh, like you're telling me that the Nazi tattoo is not the only skeleton? You know what I mean? The Nazi tattoos that he hasn't even gotten removed yet. It's not the only skeleton. Like, oh, that's crazy. I thought this candidate was unimpeachable. I mean, I did think that. I did think that. Grand Platner, first senator to get impeached. Can you impeach a senator? Maybe you can. Does anyone, I mean, someone must have made this joke at some point. No, it only applies to the president, vice president. If like, he's impeached, I thought he was an orange. Has anyone thought of that one? It's a couple years late. It's a couple years late to be applicable. Maybe, honestly, I should have just kept it. Cause it's probably gonna be relevant again. So stupid. There's something there. That's a little there. I don't think that counts as a Biden. No, I don't think so. I disagree. Biden plus 1 million. Biden plus 100,000. 100,000 Bidens. You just created 100,000 Bidens. Anyway, yeah. The Grand Platner stuff, it's not a surprise that he's a fucking idiot. I'm still like kind of the fucking the funniest. He is like I screenshotted this and I'm gonna try to find because it's maybe the funniest thing I've ever read in my life. It's the funniest. Did they like? There's no paywall on this. They really. Oh no, there's a paywall. Okay. I was gonna say like the New York Times piece about like several women have come forward about Graham Platner's past or whatever. I thought it was like not even paywalled. Let me find it. Let me find this. Okay. I'm gonna read this. The New York Times piece from about Graham Platner, the hippies, whatever. He had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat. She said, "This is his ex." She said he told her that rape was about power. It was about something that struck her throughout the years. Quote, "He said this a lot. If anyone ever broke in here, I would rape them," she recalled. He was like, "I would rape them to show him that I am dominant." It was quote, "not in a sexual way, not in a gay way." Like, that's unfucking real. I mean, again, it's like not a like if you're surprised about this about Graham Platt, that's my senator. It's so insane. It's because it's one of those guys who's like, you know, you can't, you know, touch me, I don't care. But if you insult one of my friends, it's like one of those guys. Yeah, but like you'll see this on like r/public freakouts. You know, it's like a photo, it's a video of someone who's clearly mentally ill having like a breakdown, and then it's like, if I was in that situation, I would pull out my tactical assault and kill them, and I would do it, and it would be correct for me to do it. But it's so insane to be one of those guys, but then about like a gay rape fantasy. It's just such a, I mean, this is a guy who thought that American imperialism was evil and was against the Iraq War, and then like joined Blackwater just for fun because he was bored. Like, you know, like, no, he is the American warlord. He's an American warlord, absolutely. But then the other allegations, it's that he. What were the other, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't actually know if this has anything, if this affects his career in any way. I mean, he's clearly like stuck at senator. Like, there's no going beyond that. He's not like a, because I think Me Too is kind of just dead. Like, I don't. The physical allegation is from the Republican lady. What is the? He was in one instance he was physically threatening. He drank heavily and was regularly unfaithful. Yeah, I mean, yeah, President Platner. I mean, maybe the Americans, maybe this is good for Americans. I guess they fucking elected Trump. He locked her in a cupboard. Yeah, I mean, none of this is, I guess, particularly surprise. This is what happens when you America has pedophile leaders. She co-founded Women for Kavanaugh, right? Where it's like, oh, well, she's a Republican. I want to know what that relationship was like as well. I mean, maybe the relationship was like him locking her in a cupboard. I guess maybe that's our answer. That's like the extra blue sky discourse is that it's problematic that he dated a Republican woman. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like a mess. It seems like a shit show. What a terrible candidate. What? Yeah, I don't. Because there's also just gonna be discourse about like, oh, you know, that was a decade ago. Can't like people change or whatever? And it's like, are those really the people you want like leading your movement? You know, like, I guess so, man. I don't know. She recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... yeah. People already just don't care about the racism. Yeah, I don't know if this does anything. I wonder if it... I think people just don't care. You said Abu Ghraib. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like... It is maybe also a good display of, like, you should fucking vet your candidates. Because, yeah, I get, like, the things we already knew about this guy, is it that much of a surprise? Like, having multiple of his relationship partner, like, previous relationship partners, like, go on the record is probably more skeletons than I imagined was likely for him. But again, it's like, if the tip of the iceberg is Nazi tattoo, that he's, like, still hadn't gotten covered up. Like, he got covered up because of the controversy. He was like, okay, fine, I'll cover up my tattoo. Yeah, it turns out that, like, when people... like... that the purity testing doesn't just exist because of, like, you know, like, you know, the tender queer, whatever equivalent instinct, like, Puritan lib instinct of, like, oh, everyone is, I actually heard that Platner shipped a 17-year-old with a 19-year-old. Like, you know, it is there for a reason, both strategic as well as, like, the strategic and practical, as well as, like the moral reason is actually useful in some way. It's not about... It isn't just a question of, like, well, because he doesn't even have good he doesn't even have good fucking politics. It's like, he was like an I condemn Hamas guy. Like, that is the thing, is his best defense is genuinely that he's a mentally unstable idiot. Which, like, to an extent, that was my general impression of him. I don't think that he's a Nazi. He could be pretty, like, you know. It's Fetterman round 2, and he's already Fettermaning out. Like, yes, people are so done with establishment Dems that they'll vote for incredibly flawed. Is he an anti-Israel candidate, though? I guess kind of. Like, not fully, though. Right? Maybe I don't know. I guess he's not pro-Palestine. He's anti-Israel. He's an anti-war candidate. Maybe if he has a struggle with super left. That's true. Reverse Fetterman's. He has a stroke and he starts respecting women. That's fucked up. Sorry. I mean, yeah, the question of, like, oh, how seriously can you take an instance of, like, hey, Alcoa, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? 47 months. Thank you. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. Yeah, the tattoo is an anti-Muslim way, not an anti-Jewish way. Go one day without talking about the strokes challenge if possible. They're coming up no matter what. No matter what. Oh, this anti is... What was I saying? Oh, maybe he has a stroke and he starts respecting women. Oh yeah, the question of, like, oh, how seriously can you take an instance where it's like the more serious allegation, the one with the most weight of, like abuse, comes from, like, a Republican lady, and, like, isn't that, can't. The reason why this is happening is like a hit piece. He's also vetted by Our Revolution. Yeah, whoever, they gotta fucking fire whoever did that. Whoever did that, they have to shoot them into. It's not a very good vetting process, clearly. Um, um, and you know, I mean, I guess there's a discussion about that. I don't know if how useful of a discussion that is. Is like, how much should we believe conservative women when they like that's a nightmare discourse. How much should we believe conservative women when they try to attack progressive politicians? When they try to, they come out with stories about progressive politicians. It's like, well, she's a political operative. It's like, well, I don't know if it matters to the extent that it's like, well, clearly just this is not like throw away this candidate. Lock him up, not literally, but like metaphorically. Throw away the key. Don't. This isn't a useful political candidate to hit your aspirations on. I mean, he wasn't ever working class. This was never. Yeah, Women for Kavanaugh is crazy. That is crazy. I will say. I didn't think. I was wondering how I was going to be contrarian about this happening. I was wondering what angle, because I like at this point, particularly on my street, like I'm gonna bring up something contrarian about the like. Can conservative women also like aren't conservative women more likely to be the ones do my job? Yeah, and yeah, I am a Twitch streamer. Aren't conservative women probably statistically more likely to be people who are abused and treated poorly by men? You would expect like this is like what happened when there was a story about like Andrew Tate abusing, I think it was some Instagram model or something, and it's like, oh, I don't give a shit about her, like she's like, like has far right politics, and it's like, yeah, I mean most of the women who are consensually hanging out with Andrew Tate are probably going to agree with a lot of his political views. Does that make Andrew Tate abusing them any better? Like, do we think that like people's political stance changes the moral gravity of seriously bad actions against them? I don't know. Particularly in a case where it's not as if this is the only person. I mean, I guess you're right. That is it outside of the claim from the Republican operative, it's just stuff we kind of already knew about him, which is that he was one of those guys that was like, if someone ever breaks into my house, I'll fucking kill them. See this gun right here? This gun is for the guy who wants to break into my house. Like, that he's one of those guys. Like, we already kind of knew that, didn't we? He did say right, which is like I was saying is a subsection of one of those types of guys. It's a much more absurd subsection, not in a gay way. It is killer. I haven't been looking at the discourse on this because I've been like not really scrolling. It's quite funny. It's quite it's quite violence against women is horrible, but sometimes it's a case of play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But aren't you just basically saying that they should watch what they wear? Like, how is that not in some way an argument that's equivalent to like Well, what were you wearing? Like, does that do you wonder if it falls under the stand your ground laws? In Florida, it does. Yeah, that's the answer to that question. Is specifically in Florida, Ron DeSantis passed a bill. You're allowed to do that. And if the person who breaks in your home is trans as well, if there's a trans burglar in Florida, then you're allowed to grab Platner. As far as I'm not a lawyer. This isn't legal advice. But as far as I'm aware, that is the law. Yes, and she has to be peeing standing up in your bathroom as well. That's an important component of it. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Is that, you know, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to defend Graham Platner by being like, I don't believe this woman when she says that. I think there probably are consequences to I mean, the Me Too is already so fucking dead that it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like it's like the 34th, it has the political weight of like the 34th Roman senator who stabbed Caesar, you know, where it's like, this is already, he's dead already. He was killed. No one believes women anymore. As if they did in the first place, I guess, but like it's not, you know. But it's like, of all the people to be like, I do not believe that Graham Platner grabbed this lady by the arms and threw her in a bedroom and said, you have to stay in here until you calm down because she's a Republican political operative. I don't know.
I am gay.
Daisy, come in, thank you. How's it going, Alyssa? Gears of War 3 is going to be coming out in 2011 at Xbox Easter. You don't even seem to care. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'd like to formally apologize. I didn't want to get flack. People were saying it's problematic. That was a good game. Say sorry to Marcus Phoenix right now. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the only important thing to talk about here is like, obviously this is a terrible candidate. None of this is particularly a surprise. It's funny, it is like the fact that he's one of the like, I fantasize about someone breaking into my house so I can kill them guys, but it's I fantasize about like raping men in a not gay way is definitely like a very unique, it shows he has a very unique brain, you know. He's a spin-off of like a certain type of, he's different. Yeah. I bet Fetterman loved Gears of War. Like that's like Fetterman's or not Fetterman. Probably Fetterman too. I bet Platner loved Gears of War. Like the fantasy of being like the last guy to die in an alien invasion. In Fetterman in Platnerman. Just like mixing them up. I don't think he read the Gears of War books. I don't think that he like he wanted to read the Gears of War books. Like he bought them and then I didn't know they were books, by the way. That's great. He bought them and then got like 15 pages in, and it's like I get the gist to this. Um. But yeah, Platner is also fantasizing about raping the aliens. The kids who are books say fuck you in the first page. There are 300 blank pages after that. Which is what you deserve if you...
I am gay!
Dr. Sadul, thank you for the prime. How's my week? It was good. What was I up to this week? Nothing too much. Just enjoying Vancouver. The FIFA is coming. The games, football, soccer, which like I'm not particularly excited for because I live downtown and it's just gonna be miserable. It's really like I'm rooting for Bosnia. Sadly, they are not playing. Bosnia is not playing any games in Vancouver. They're not even sold out though. Yeah, it's an incredible flop. No one fucking wants to come here. I guess do they not sell it anywhere? It's rated. It's like thousands of dollars. Because I was like, how much is it? How much is like a really cheap ticket to like one of the games? You know, it's Qatar versus Switzerland or something. Two equally fake countries, by the way. It's thousands of dollars. It's like, this is because like and Vancouver also, like the most expensive one is a round of 16. I mean, like I don't understand. I do not understand the psychology of a person who's like, I'm gonna come to Vancouver in like the specifically worst time to come when it's like extra crowded and there's other tourists to watch like a round of 16 like FIFA tournament. I'm not even doing the like, oh, I hate sports ball or whatever, because I don't like, I just don't think City of Toronto is scalping. Maybe they're doing the same in Vancouver. Because I understand not wanting to go to America. I understand not wanting to go to America, but which I was worried. I thought that there was going to be more people coming to Canada as a result. Roundo 16 would be a cool Star Wars character. Roundo 16, we watched him die horrifically in a race, the pod race in episode 1. Is pod racing just like that? Like, is that like it's like the fucking Colosseum in Rome? It's just like the deadliest. I always think like there's like a scene he died like a dog in the wreck. He like there's a part of that scene is that there are like the which what are they, like sand raiders? Because it feels like I think actually Tusken Raiders is the correct term. The preferred name is Tusken Raiders. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for Tusken Raiders. Reception and cultural impact. In October of 2024, the website for... Why is this posted on here? Surely this is not the biggest cultural impact. Is the website of Defense Visual Information Distribution Services posted a video of a pilot wearing a shoulder patch with the words Houthi Hunting Club over a picture of Tusken Raiders. Maybe it is. Maybe that is the largest cultural impact. But there's literally one of the scenes. There's just like the Raiders like shooting at the pod racers, and it's just like, yeah, this is fine. Um, yeah. I heard that the Mandalorian they have like a buff hut, and he's got like two battle axes. They shoot the race because they're racist. That's true. That makes you think. They're Jawa who are raiders, so it's not problematic. I see. I don't. I kind of. And if I say I love Road to the Hut is the buff one, and then Hunter Biden liked it. I haven't seen the new movie yet. He's obviously grown since Clown Wars. I was gonna say like what. I actually do think that it's what is it called? The Mandalorian and Grogu, the movie. I do think that movie might specifically be for Hunter Biden. I think he might be the person who like gets the most out of it. Because I think that the concept of a buff fight is like so strange. And it's like based around him too. Um what if Huts like weren't like too fat to walk? And that's the storyline. It's like it'd be crazy. There's one of these Huts. um it's so stupid. I just don't. Um but yeah, I think the Hunter Biden might really enjoy it. So I I can't imagine ever going to a Star Wars movie again. And it was what's his name? It was the who directed that? It's like the least grossing, is that the expression, Star Wars movie of all time. It was Jon Favreau, of course. I think that's beautiful. We used to watch that the Doctor Doomcog guy who's like a genuine like Nazi who plays like a character. He's like he does QAnon but for Star Wars. And he's like there's like a conspiracy he's that there's a Dictor von Doomcock. That's it. That there's like a conspiracy um to overthrow the lady CEO of Lucasfilms. I can't remember her name, Kathleen Kennedy. And then that he is in on the conspiracy to overthrow her, that she's the reason why all of the shows and the movies are bad now. Maybe he was right actually. How's Dictor Von Doomcock doing? Did he like The Mandalorian? Um Can anything say Bangor worst box office failure yet? Humiliated at box office, and it's like he's like ordering what? What is this comic? One ticket for Obsession, please. Oh, so that's great. That's hilarious. So it's even Darth Vader wants to watch Obsession. I think he is a Filoni guy. I think so. I love this guy so much. Um, Doomcock exclusive. The Odyssey looks like pure suck. That's crazy. He's not an Odyssey guy. Maybe he's just pivoted to not liking anything. You would think so. Do you hear Trump pardon the Gears of War guys? Well, it's good he got that out at least. It's good. It's good. Unless one of the Gears of War guys said something problematic on Twitter that I'm not aware of, in which case I apologize. Yeah, I guess because he used to like, there was a couple of them that he liked, like all of the today's Kathleen Kennedy's last day at Lucasfilms. Because what is he gonna say? Like, she's gone. Like, he did it. QAnon became real.
Friends, this is a great time to become a channel member. Every week now, I'm
He's so awesome. I love this guy so much. He's so
posting uncensored videos exclusively.
Like, again, this guy is like a real actual Nazi. Like, he believes that Adolf Hitler was right.
Along with custom emojis and live streams from members at the arch-villain level, where you get to talk to me directly. Please consider supporting this channel by clicking the link in the video description and joining us in our fight to save pop culture. And also, check out our Patreon and Subscribe Star pages for exclusive content you won't find anywhere else, including...
Right about what? All of it? I would have to assume. I'm not exactly aware of what specific, like, you know, the New Order mod ideology wheel that you would place Dr. Van Doomcock into.
Insane podcasts, photos of my vast toy collection, and members at the Legionnaire level receive a signed photo, membership card.
There's a side mission in Gears of War 5 where you have to kill 800,000 dogs, Drakengard style, and Biden puts the Gears of War guys in jail for it.
By me. You'll find the Patreon link in the
That's
video.
what's... That changes my opinion a lot about the franchise.
Thanks for watching, my friends, and now on to the video. Greetings, my friends.
It's the Gears of War equivalent of the No Russian. Remember No Russian in Modern Warfare 2 where you had to like gun down all the civilians? I remember my parents like heard about that because I played Modern Warfare 2 and they like asked me if I played the mission, and I was like, I did, but I didn't. I told them because they were concerned that I didn't shoot any of the civilians because you didn't have to, which like was probably a lie. I don't know if I remembered. I can't say that I remembered.
Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth.
Which is true though. You don't have to. You can just walk through it.
Broadcasting from my hidden base at the center of the Earth.
All right, we don't have to actually watch this.
Beginning, I suppose.
I don't know what's going on. I shook my head the whole... did they add a thing in to skip the mission entirely? One of the NPCs in that mission looked exactly like my dad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Are you sure that wasn't like you dreamed it like that? Like it's your it's something related to... I don't know. I haven't read Freud in a long time. I think he would know. Freud would know what to say in this situation. Freud would know the right question to ask. I showed it to him and he was like, "You can't save me." No, sorry, Dad. You have to die in the mission. There's no... That was a fun... I feel like they don't do that anymore. Like, that's not a right-wing panic anymore. Of, like, video games are making children violent. Like, I feel like that's, like, almost oddly dispersed now. Like, I am, like... I don't like overemphasizing the impact of Gamergate, because sometimes people were like, I guess that was a dumb thing too, yeah. I don't, you know, the people who are like, oh, Trump happened because of Gamergate, it's like, well, there are certainly components of like the reactionary cultural turn that happens and is facilitated by Trump that are like very influenced by Gamergate and the ensuing internet culture related to it. But like a lot of that was more that like something like that just had to happen, like was just very bound to happen in American culture, and like it specifically soaked up the language of Gamergate. But like Um, but I wonder if that's an effect of that, of like complaining about games being woke. Because like the mainstream conservative culture is oddly, it is oddly embedded in something like that. Where your main complaint about video games now is that they're woke, which makes it harder to have a cultural language where you think that video games are like making people evil because they're too violent. It feels more culturally diffuse now. Which, like, do you want to hear another contrarian take? They kind of do. Like, a little bit. It's clearly, like, the real things that make people violent are components of American society that conservatives love. And so they're looking at this, like, these edge case situations and things that you can scapegoat without actually having to dismantle the parts of American society that are evil that they like. But like, probably making kids play games like that, it certainly doesn't help. The culture is reflected in games, probably. But then the games that are, I mean, the games are a part of the culture, though. I'm making kids play them to teach them. That is like, it's like a Maoist thing. Because I guess everyone just thinks posting is warfare now. So it's like, we should get the kids posting in a way that gets them ready. We need to train American Gaddafi. American Gaddafi right now is one of those like aim training Zoomers. They post like, did anyone seeing those like Battlefield clips, the new Battlefield game, where these Zoomers are like so incredibly fucking good at aiming? It's I don't know what they're putting in the water to make people game better. Because I don't think that I remembered the water. Sorry. My brain, I can't stop thinking about episode 1. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, my brain is still stuck on racial stereotypes of various sorts. That one's crazy. Has anyone made this? Anyone? Anyone thought about how crazy Watto is? That he like has a white slave. We should watch episode 1 on stream. I'll be switching to Kick to avoid copyright strikes. Phantom Menace's Racist Aliens, the movie. It's interesting that George's decision was to just like make it so much worse. Like, he really leaned in on it. I believe George Lucas said Watto is Armenian. Did he say Watto is Armenian? Did he really? That's so fucking funny. I believe you, Hasan. I'm not gonna look it up. I believe it. I buy it. He reminds me of my old Armenian boss. I mean, technically, Armenian people are white. That was like the Watto. Following that logic, Watto is like maybe like 4 decades away from being like virtually, like, for being like basically Der Stürmer level racial caricature. But Armenians got into whiteness before it happened. That was I was talking to someone who was like at the concession stand at one of the theaters downtown, and she said like she was like, I refuse to watch any Star Wars specifically because I was like working concession when episode 1 came out. Didn't Watto bet with a dreidel? What if, does George Lucas think Armenians are Jewish? This is a suggestion that like has he ever like George Lucas comes out against Israel because he's like, I thought they already had one. I don't understand. What, you need another state? I don't get it. That's like the level of woke that, and I know someone said I was being fun of me for bringing up the Strokes every stream, but like Julian Casablancas is on, where it's like somehow Julian Casablancas started with the premise like, I love AI and I will use it all the time, and it made him come to the conclusion that like America is a devil, a demon, is the great Satan, and we need to destroy Israel. Like, he's the only person that's ever done that, I think, possibly. How did he pull it off? I don't know, but I'm quite happy about it. Anyway. The Strokes came to my restaurant I worked at once. They were so nice, but Julian was greasy AF and smelled bad. Oh, only in New York. Only in New York. Well, I guess Julian is probably greasy AF and smells bad everywhere. This was in Boston. Well, there you go. There you go. That's funny. The really racist Asian accent that gave some of the aliens was developed by Lucas himself. I like the use of the word developed there. Like, he's like, I've been like, Lucas, what do you like, we've been working on this movie, like, where have you been for the past like couple weeks? And he's like his eyes are like he's like bloodshot, he's got like circles under his eyes, he hasn't like bathed in 3 days. 3 weeks. No, I don't think I don't think that George Lucas was the one who developed that. I think he is my right. Wasn't it supposed to be a parody of Newt Gingrich? Which is the inverse of the anti-Semitism Armenian thing, where it tries to be woke but then ends up being incredibly offensive. I spent the last several months at a Charlotte and Temple trying to copy their accent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, it's all very silly. I went to the new mall. This is local Vancouver news that only people from Vancouver care about. The Oakridge Mall. They made a luxury mall, and it's like a 20-minute SkyTrain away from downtown. And it was terrible. It was really it was apparently it's infested with rats, and they opened it up early for FIFA. And like it opened up like 2 weeks ago, and you can clearly tell that like people are going there because they're like, oh, I'm at the luxury mall. This is wealth. I'm like a wealthy, like no one is in the stores. Like they're like Rolex stores. I think the cheapest store was like Aritzia. There's a bunch of brands that like I didn't know. and there's no one is shopping in them. It's maybe the dumbest. Was it empty? Well, it came out. It came out. It was released. It opened like 2 weeks ago, so I think it's going to be empty. Girls, Canadians be like, I took the Science train. Girl, it's called a plane. That's true. I thought it was weird. I got in this tube. It felt like a train, and then it like went into the sky, and then I was in another city. Did you say FIFA instead of World Cup? It feels like, I feel like calling it FIFA is like a way of speaking pejoratively about it. That's not true. I actually just think of, I just don't like that my city is being molested by FIFA. It's a corrupt institution. Fuck you around and find out. The men's World Cup. Yeah, exactly. I call it the women's is the regular World Cup. What's my prediction? I hope everyone has a good time. I hope Bosnia goes as far as possible. I don't really care about Canada. We're probably not going to go very far. It's Canada's a shit team. I hope Bosnia wins though. They beat Italy already. But yeah, it was it's very strange. Like sometimes I don't know much about the development of buildings. But sometimes I feel like I could at least do it better than whatever the fuck. Whoever decided to open a luxury mall on 41st. I feel like I could do buildings better than that. Cause it's stupid. Like if you're buying luxury stuff, you want to go downtown, right? Why would you be like, I want to go to Oakridge to buy luxury clothing? It's like, no, like that market is satisfied downtown. You're not gonna like. So they're probably just going to pivot to, like, the quality of stuff that the Oakridge Mall used to be. I also saw something really funny. I saw a guy on Reddit who is like lives around that area complaining, like being justified in complaining about like, oh, the mall. One thing I did like as well was that there's like an upscale food court, and it's not like especially expensive. It's just like the price of Vancouver food, and the food is quite good as far as like I have sampled it of my single meal. And what was I gonna say? Did you hear Gears of War has a new weapon? It's a grenade launcher called the Gut Puncher. I didn't have some, but thank you. You distract me with Gears of War facts. It's true. Honest, I think Gears of War is more interesting than the Oakridge Mall. There's just I'm sure this is a phenomenon that's happened elsewhere. The Vancouver real estate market is so expensive that a bunch of developers are like, we're going to create luxury apartments, and we're going to assume that the price just continues to be really high. And it's like dropped like a small amount in the last couple years. Arcade Monkey, thank you. Liv Agar tweeted about the average white man from Maine remains undefeated. What was that again? Oh, that Graham Platner is the average white guy from Maine. But that I probably wouldn't want to vote for the average white guy from Maine. Yeah, I mean, Democrats are finding out that that having your own Tea Party means that your party becomes as stupid as would happen with the Republican Party. He's on Kick, like, texting. What are the odds that he was like a CD sissy, like, Kick guy texting trans sex workers, messaging trans sex workers. Because I feel like we're right around the corner from that. Like it's like the the monologue in season 3 of White Lotus. The like he's the only guy that actually related to that monologue. Like that's not like it's definitely the monologue was attempting to get to a type of guy. But it's a little bit, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it's a little bit too on the nose, except for Graham Platner, who was like, yeah, no, that's what I'm going for. That's how you know he's gonna Fetterman. If he did that, if he did the CD Sissy thing, that's how you know he would Fetterman. Because only, like, you have to be Chrissy Noem's husband. The way you said White Lotus. Knowingly. Is that a white thing? Do white people love the show White Lotus? Like, I guess you got me. You got me. I think that Mike White's a good character writer. I think it's gotten less good over the season. Like the 3rd season was a bit more forgettable. But I think he knows he's good writer. He's a good TV show writer. Anyway, what else has happened this week? Who doesn't love Jennifer Coolidge? Who amongst us? Yes, I got my hair blue again. I like this shade better than the last one. It's less green. That ludicrous game? Are you talking about like the guy? Or like... No, you're not. I thought there was a ludicrous game and I got excited. You're saying it negatively, like this ridiculous game. Do you have blue shampoo? I got purple. Of course. I talked a bit about the Yemby mishap. It's like the it was like the reverse of 9/11 for New York. I'm sure someone's made that joke. It's like if a plane came out of a building instead of going into it. I thought Wemby was gonna. I thought Wemby was gonna do well, but he folded under pressure. I don't know. The thing I said before was that I just hope that everyone has a good time, and that either of those teams winning is like nice to me. That's like a nice story. It's so stressful watching him play. He does like. I do think he actually does have health issues from being like 7'4", and like it's not he's not just 7'4", but like his wingspan is also massive. Like his arms are bigger than the average person who is 7'4". I do think he's already dealing with health issues at like 22. Yeah, someone Cat Bridges are body checking him. It's interesting. All of the like homophobic jokes about Cat, like he is like I feel like they all kind of reflect like having never actually watched him play basketball. You know, like he's a yeah. But he's great. I am happy for Cat that he's like probably gonna get presumably MVP. Or your finals MVP, not MVP. Someone was saying, I can't remember, that like I'm surprised that Trump was it Trump being like Trump is doing the like, you know, when people ask LeBron about like about like soccer and he's like, oh yeah, that team, that's my favorite team, and he's like looking it up, it's like I love, and he's like reading off the list of players, like he did that with the New York Knicks. There's like an audio. There's no rules that says a cat can't play basketball.
Last night, huge night for the city of New York. The Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals. There's been a lot of speculation. Have you decided whether or not you want to attend a game at Madison Square Garden?
Well, I've been a Knicks fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy, okay? He's been a long time wanting to win, and he's a competitive guy, and he's got a team that's amazing. You know, I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
12 straight wins.
Can you imagine that? And it was.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Silly Billy.
At the beginning of the game, and it wasn't looking good. I missed the middle because I talked to generals all night long now. But I watched that end of the game, and they were dominant. Really amazing. And Wemby's a great player. He's going to be a great player, and he is already a great player.
Trump calling him Wemby is really funny, actually.
I say, how do you guard this guy? 7'5", and he's got a great shot, right? But they find a way to do it. They're really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim, because Jim has really been fighting hard to, you know, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going.
Which
I'll
game
be
have
going.
you decided, sir?
Say it?
Game 3, Game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Mr. President, speaking in New York.
Maybe I'll do both.
They're calling him Wemby. Anyway. Yes, the both games have been really good basketball. The end of the second one was tragic. It's terrible. 82-0 game. No. It's absolute nonsense. This feels... I'm like a very casual basketball watcher. This is too much for me. I want to hear Trump try to pronounce Wembanyama. I would like to. I was disappointed that he wouldn't. Wordle for NBA. Yeah, I don't know ball enough for that. But I hope it's a close series. I hope that Wemby like gets his mojo back. Someone was saying that like playing against Wemby, it's like an elephant. Like it's a sorry, my brain is not working today. It's like a test of whether you're a mouse or a person. Well, I guess it would be the inverse. All right, that's a fine count. Sorry. I guess that joke doesn't make any sense. I am gay. It's elephant stuff. Never mind. That doesn't make sense. It would be the reverse. This is a stupid joke. Doubt suspend. Thank you for the prime. But if you don't have a weak soul, then it's quite easy to go against Wemby. But they weighed Chet's heart against the feather. And it's not good, folks. Anyway, what else has been happening on the internet? It's like a Roman legionary fighting a war elephant. Oh, the Ethan Klein lawsuit. Is that like definitive, or is it like they got like is a tentative ruling or something, and they have to actually, like, Ethan's lawyers are gonna present some counter argument? I mean, that's funny. I guess it's not particularly a surprise. My understanding is that the original like suit he filed really worked against him. Because like in the suit, like Ethan Klein was trying to be like messy and rude, which I love the idea of, like, in your original complaint, like you're trying to like show the judge how stupid the Twitch streamer who disagrees with you is as well. It's like, not only do I want this to work and like to, you know, ironically, I guess, overthrow his like previous ruling from like a decade ago about like the transformative nature of criticism, but I also want the judge to realize, like, wow, this Denims lady is such a fucking idiot. But that in arguing that she's an idiot and disagrees with him, like, that helped forward the idea that it's transformative, because it's like, well, she's watching it with an intent that is not the same as the original video itself. Ethan's lawyer is a West Bank settler. I feel like that's like too on the nose. That I don't believe you. Also, hello, hey Paul, how's it going? The last day was meant intended for Hasan, because he just like didn't react to it, right? That's very funny. Yeah, I mean, I guess why would you? You reacted to Bad and Panada's reaction. Wow. He should be in prison only because he's a perfidious Turk. That's true. I agree. I think he should be in prison, but because he renounced being a communist after the state is trying to lock him up. Liv Agar World Cup coverage. I'm gonna go downtown and like live stream just being in Vancouver when it's particularly busy. Yeah, the World Cup, it's interesting because, like, I don't know the ratio. Presumably they spent a lot more on the Olympics. You would kind of hope so, because the Olympics, there was at least like the expansion of SkyTrain, like the Olympic Village area got like really developed. The Sea to Sky Highway to like Whistler. What happened with FIFA? They just like, what did they genuinely? I remember hearing that they were like forcefully shipping a lot of homeless people from like the downtown east side to like Merritt. It's just like a less. I mean, I would have to imagine that like virtually every city is just gonna do something like that for these sort of things. Yeah, they're not playing that many games in Vancouver. The like most interesting is we have a round of 16, I think. But in Bosnia is not even playing unless they make it to the round of 32. Then they maybe might. I don't know. I will say the one thing they did that I was like, that's cool, is they made Science World into a soccer ball. That's cool, I guess. If you don't know what Science World, there's a big dome in, like, they made it into a FIFA soccer ball. It's cool, I guess. Anyway. It should be an interesting experience being downtown when it happens. Probably not a good experience, but at least when something interesting happens, it's new. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the Qatari stadiums, it's much worse, right? There's obviously a... The hotel data looks really bad, yeah. My understanding in Vancouver is that it's actually a bad month or two. It's a low month for hotels. Like, they're getting less business. That was partially because FIFA, like, I mean, this is maybe a related issue, but like FIFA like was holding a bunch of hotels for their own usage, and then they released them last minute. And then also, like, the city is just like not really allowing conventions at all in June or July. Also awful for Airbnb. I think that's funny. I'm happy it's failing. They told the Iranian players they should come and leave in the same day. Where are the Iranian players playing? That's crazy. I imagine it's much more of a shit show in America as well, which is what, yeah. Anyway. You know what I was thinking about recently? I guess this is the point of my stream, is I just say shit like this. I feel like the use of transplant as a pejorative is stupid. Maybe this is not a hot take at all. Like, it's like one of the annoying ways that, like, rich people can do class politics, where, like, they're the underclass despite, like, their family have, like, owning a Manhattan apartment or something. Particularly in New York, it's so funny because it's like someone who's resentful of the fact that, like, people want to live in the largest city in North America. Maybe that's like, maybe that's not a hot take. It seems like a... because I think the actually progressive politic around it is against gentrification. But a lot of that, like, isn't solved by, like, just telling people to not live in the places where people make more money. It's like making it so that, like rent seekers, like landlords, as well as like making it so that rent seekers and landlords can't use, like, the power of aggressive militant police forces to kick people out of places that they live for a while and, like, profit off of this. That's probably an easier way of dealing with gentrification as a social phenomenon than, like, getting people to, like, not live in the places where money is made. Like, it's silly to imagine that the way you produce that police gentrification is by, like, getting people, like, morally shaming people out of the demand side of the supply and demand of housing being a commodity. We need a new American megacity. Where do you put the American megacity? I think that they should do it beside Las Vegas. and it should be like a straight line just going through, like it's a single street and it's going right through Nevada maybe. Am I just doing the line? I am. We need American. How do you pronounce that? Neom? I think that they should do that. I like Las Vegas. Well, that's good because it'll just be more Las Vegas. It'll be it's the Las Vegas Strip, but it just keeps going. The Neum. Live in Salmon. No, Vegas is terrible. Are you caught up on how deep the Mormon shit goes? People kept talking about the Lego thing, and I don't understand. It was like a YouTube video where someone like uncovered that some like game store in Utah was stealing people's Lego. You ever think about how Mormon used to be like there was like kind of a Mormon ethnogenesis at some point? You know what I mean? Like they were still like they were a different type of white person. Like for a little while there, that was happening. They still are different. I mean, they kind of, I'm sure if you like at a sociological level tried to develop an account at a explanative, descriptive account of ethnogenesis, in all the instances it's happened, and not just be like, oh well, this person, they look white to me. It doesn't seem. You would probably have to say that Mormons are some other different type of, maybe different type of white, but some other different type of. If the Cossacks were like, not like ethnic Russians, or not Cossacks. What is it? Oh, am I thinking of the Cossacks? No, yeah, I would think of the Cossacks. If Cossack and people descended from them have to mark themselves as like a different ethnicity in Russia, then surely like this just the Mormon it's just they're just American Cossacks basically. The Mormonification of the U.S. I do think that like there has to be a group of Mormons out there who like believe there has to be Mormons out there who like believe in, because they try to do the thing of like that they're both like indigenous and then they're also kind of Jewish as well, who like believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and are like, but we're gonna do that. Like the problem is that we're not the ones that are doing the worldwide conspiracy. They are white black Israelites, absolutely. It is a shame that like when we think of that, we think of it's particularly being a black Israelite thing, because it's like no, the Mormons were doing that. Because people are like they view it's like the pejorative, like oh, it's like the black Israel. It's like no, that's more of a white person thing. That's way more of a white person thing. Protocols of the Elders of SLC, yeah. that is one funny thing about Mormonism is like how Christians love being like other Christians love being like, and I've said this before on stream. I'm hitting old nachos. They love saying that Mormons aren't Christian, and it's because they're not Trinitarian. Like they don't believe in the Trinity. Like they are not Nicene. They don't believe in the Nicene Creed. Mormons are like white Baha'is. That's actually probably the best analogy. That's probably right. I've asked this before on stream, and I have not found a satisfying answer. But like, the Nicene Creed happened in part because there was a disagreement in the eastern part. I believe it was like around Egypt and the Levant. About whether the Father begets the Son or not. And the Council of Nicaea, this might be wrong. My knowledge of this is very vague. Ruled against like Arius and the Arians. Different thing than the who thought like the Father has to beget the Son, so there's a dependency there, and they aren't equal and the same. And Christians now are like, well, if you don't believe in the Nicene Creed, you're not Christian. But like, does that make Arius not a Christian? Like, if Mormons aren't Christian because they're not Trinitarians, then like, wouldn't a bunch of Christians, like, particularly before they all decided on the Nicene Creed, would that make them not? Object-oriented programming solves this, makes you think. He also debated, so I guess he's excommunicated. But he kept going afterwards. Like, that wasn't the end of the discussion. Blue-haired atheists destroyed all Christians. I'm just saying, I feel like it's unfair to say Mormons aren't Christian. Putting more thought in theology than evangelical. I feel like, but there are people out there who think about these things. I say this as someone where it's like, if I was born in this period, I would absolutely be just really annoying about theology. Like, that would be the thing that I'm annoying about, where it's like, oh, I just think it's kind of logically contradictory that the Father wouldn't be, you'd think the Father would be, you know, I would be one of those people. Yep, that was before trained fixations, your theology. Most people don't consider Seventh-day Adventist Christians. Right. What is the theology? What is Seventh-day Adventists? Because they had some real weird stuff, right? Saturday Sabbath worship. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is emphasizes Jewish dietary law. What is it with American Christians and being like, we're Jewish, actually? We're actually Jewish. But like, not like, again, it's like, it's the people make a mistake when thinking that Black Israelites, like, you know, there's like a racist kind of like, oh, it's specifically, but it's like, no, it's an American thing. It's an American Christian thing to be like, actually, I'm Jewish, and Jewish people aren't Jewish. We're actually the real Jewish people. Big Mormon thinks they have separate scripture. Yes, the tablets are awesome because it's like they think that the real tablets, or there was a second round of tablets, and it was given to Joseph Smith, wasn't it? Which again, having your prophet be named Joseph Smith is awesome. feel like I used to have the belief that it's like, well, it was a lot easier in the pre-modern period to create a world religion because no one, the Peter Matyar of religion, yeah, absolutely, of America at least. First American colonies like themselves to Jews who are given promised land by God, like quoting those passages of the Old Testament. That makes sense. I mean, there you go. But then it's like, oh, it's harder to make. I used to think like, oh, it's harder to make a world religion now in the modern period because people are like a bit. I don't know what would the reason for that be. But no, clearly that's not true. I mean, Scientology manages to do surprisingly well. How many people? Oh no, Scientology's wash. What the fuck? 30,000 members. No, that's terrible. No, I thought it was way bigger. Never mind. I take it back. Am I gonna pick up the 40k Armageddon box? I don't think so. I know my girlfriend's getting it. So she might have some stuff in there she doesn't want. Mr. Beast, but for religion. I'm trying to think of... Like, I see what you mean with this. But abstractly, the concept of a Mr. Beast for religion is... That has to exist. Like abstractly, what would a Mr. Beast for religion look like if it wasn't this? Islam is the original Mormonism? That's an interesting take. Final boss of youth pastors. He's like, what is Mr. Beast in the first place? Like, it's like multiplying something by 0. Like it's like the nothing of religion. I found a guy who does like the only thing of substance in that sentence is of religion. I want to watch this though. I want to see what this is.
The other day I was scrolling on IG and I saw a college that had thousands of students gathered for worship.
So the point is that it's like they're actually Satan worshippers, obviously.
Something
right?
I never thought I'd see with colleges in America today.
Or they're obviously, they're obviously living in sin because they're young people.
But to see thousands of students willingly on a Wednesday night come into this place of worship and receive the word, like, yo, it's crazy.
That is a fucking empty, like, we're not, Maya, thank you.
But when we arrived, there was a man that was giving a word and talking about scripture, and shortly after that he wrapped up and the whole stadium went into worship.
I'm on injections now. They're working.
This for the first time, and I think Pookie, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but this is probably the best time that we've ever had.
Actually, I forgot my injection today. It's my injection day, and I forgot to get a new vial, and fucking pharmacies closed on weekends. So I guess I'll be insane for a little bit. Yeah. Because I do get insane. I might have to up my dose, because I kind of get insane. I do it every 5 days with Valorant, and I kind of get insane. Like, last time I was like, why do I feel like shit right now? I feel terrible. And then I realized that it was just my injection day.
He has a Bible museum, so me and Pookie had to check that out. And my gosh, we should make every college in America have a Bible museum on campus, because there's something surreal about realizing for thousands of years people have proclaimed Jesus as Lord. I'm
always saying this, that's like a first. That's probably not the first time that's ever been said. It's a very Mad Lib sentence. Every college in America should have a Bible museum on campus.
Savior. And while we were here, I think we possibly might have found the nightlife for today. But before that, I spoke with the president and spiritual director of the school.
This is a place where Christ is exalted, that God is honored, that the Spirit of God has empowered both faculty, staff, and students. Like, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it would be fair to call this guy Mr. Beast of religion, because like there's actually some substance or content to this. You know, like it's actually
there's this infectious kind of joy on this campus.
The college life is meant not to have fun.
And also he's not clouded up. Most of those videos don't have many views. He doesn't have clout like Mr. Beast does, not like my goat. During like the end times, there's going to be a final showdown, and it's going to be between Mr. Beast and the Mr. Beast of religion, I think. I just hope both sides have fun. I don't know who I'm rooting for. Anyway. What else is happening? I've been very burnt out recently. I don't know why, but that's life, I guess.
The difference between...
So this is Candace Owens posted a Hunter Biden clip with the Narcos theme song in the background. I'm loving to see what this is.
Crack cocaine and powder cocaine is this. Sodium bicarbonate, water, heat. That's it. Combustion, ritual. I mean, I can still feel my hands doing it, just it through smoking. It affects your physiology much faster than it would be if you just use powder cocaine through your nose or in any other form. It also allows you to ingest more faster than you could possibly ever ingest by sniffing cocaine up your nose. It just becomes...
He just loves crack. He does. I mean, that does tend to happen when you become clinically addicted to something and it ruins your life.
The ungodly addiction that you can possibly imagine, to the point where I was smoking crack.
I am streaming on 6/7. Thank you. I didn't think about it.
You know, I mean, literally, you know, I was either looking for...
I was talking to my girlfriend about, like, if you got, like, a serialized magic card or something, you know, because there's, like, 500 of the serialized, what number would you want? And my answer was, without question, 67. Like, it's not even close. There's no other number I would choose that would get close to having, like, a serialized Chalkland that's, like, the 67th.
Or smoking... or recovering, not even recovering, you don't recover.
Because I do really believe that the longer it goes, the funnier it gets to me. I think this is because I'm annoying and I like annoying people. And the further it goes, the more people get annoyed by it. You know? Like, there are people who thought it was funny a couple months ago, but then are now start to groan when you, like... put in a little.
You just go find more for close to a 2-year period of time.
Wow.
And I got made fun of about it. And, you know, people think that, you know, when I wrote my book, like, clawing through the carpet to find crack cocaine and, you know, Parmesan cheese and, you know, and I know it's a real laugh line, but anybody that's ever been an addict like that, they don't laugh about it. It's devastating.
Oh, so this is her teasing the... She knows how to make content, I'll tell you that. I'm surprised, I'm fascinated by Hunter Biden, like, deciding that he wants to have, like, a cultural, like, a media presence now. I don't know why he, of all people, would want to do that, but he's done an oddly effective job at... I guess because his dad lost. Like, his dad's out of it, so who cares? Like, he's always wanted to do this. It's working, though. To his credit. I didn't think he could do that. But I guess having an amicable interview with... It's something to do, I guess. Yeah, you're probably right. having an amicable interview with Candace Owens. That'll probably... I guess he did pick a good moment as well. He's on it. Is he actually going to be on Adam Freeland? Because I feel like that would make sense. Gonna vote for him for president. That's the new Biden political dynasty. That's the thing. People talk when they think of Hunter Biden, they think of the fact that he smoked crack. And like, I feel like by far the more the like, there's obviously, you know, negative associations with addicts. They're problematic. I think by far the most terrible, you know, stain on his life, the shame, isn't the laptop. It isn't smoking crack. It's being one of the main figures that told his dad to continue running for re-election in 2024. I don't, you know, the addiction happens. It's not a moral failing. What was on the laptops? He was like a John sleeping with sex workers, I guess. Was it the... It was his dick, yeah. That he had a huge penis. Was I feel like convincing Biden to stay in the race is like way worse than having a large penis. I think personally, I think, you know, like that's a much bigger damage on society. The Hasan, yeah, they tried to do like a Hasan hit piece, right? And the charge was that he has a laptop that he uses to jerk off. Because he mentions that on stream all the time, doesn't he? That he like he's a Faptop that he jerks off on a computer that's dedicated. I mean, yeah, that's probably smart. Yeah, he does. Because, I mean, there are definitely streamers out there, specifically leftist political streamers, who probably wish that they had, who do certainly wish that they had a Faptop. I think the... So, I don't know, it seems, is it me? Is it me? I don't know what would have happened. Was there something that happened that I wasn't aware of involving me? I don't know what kind of so yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. You found my Faptop and it's just nothing. I don't know, what would you yeah, I don't... Liv, I have a dedicated goon machine, Erika. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a really millennial term. They really ages him that he doesn't call it a goon top. Dedicated AI laptop. Yeah, the laptop I use for my to run my premium Claude subscription, where I ask Claude things like, how big was the coffee that I just drank, Claude? Claude, how many steps a day should I have? No, yeah, the real one it's to hide the fact that Claude is my AI boyfriend. Absolutely. Claude was the one that told me. I gave Claude my political opinions, and it gave me my faction recommendation that I chose. Claude, which faction is closest to my politics? Anyway. Yeah, and the other one was that he like received nudes. It was from the Post, right? Or the far-left influencer. Oh, they really publish a lot about Hasan. He may be a communist darling. Oh, it won't even let me. Seedy, sex-obsessed life. Soliciting nudes. List of best breasts. List of best breasts is awesome. Because it's like, you guys... Don't you guys under... Like, you killed me too. You know what I mean? Like, it died and then you were like, yay, I'm glad it's over. This doesn't, like... Is there stuff about the fact that he dated Janice in there? I guess so. No, there is. You were all lying to me. His porn obsession extends to posting videos from the Adult Entertainment Awards and having an on and off relationship with porn star Janice Griffith. Previous streams, he admitted having sex with prostitutes and visiting a brothel in Germany. This one is so awesome. The like, because people were doing the like, oh, he went to Diddy parties or whatever. Because like when he was like in university, he was like tweeting, oh yeah, shout out to P Diddy or whatever. Comments involving disgraced musical mogul Sean Combs. Where it's like, it's fucked up that Hasan thought that P Diddy was cool in like 2014. I would love to hang in Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown his way. He cheated in 2012. Where it's like... yeah. That's right. Yeah, I mean, I don't... This is all Twitter stuff. Again, it's like you guys killed me too. You can't then do this. It's not gonna work. Anyway. Diddy on Ellen with the horror soundtrack? That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's all... Everything is dumb now. No one believes in anything. At least like the Grand Platner stuff, you have like women who used to date him going on record. It does feel like a pre-internet hit piece, kind of. It's kind of odd. There's a little bit more content. A little bit more. What was the bit? There was a bit where it like shows his house and it's like, this is where he jerks off. That's awesome. So I hope so. I hope that's where he jerks off. It's like the Trump tweet about Elizabeth Warren, and her husband. Where else is he supposed to be? That's such a good tweet. Best line in that Elizabeth Warren beer catastrophe is to her husband, "Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here. It's their house. He's supposed to be there." It's so funny to tweet that when you're the president. Jeff Tiedrick reply at #1 quote. Is Jeff Tiedrick washed now? I feel like he was better when he was doing it for the love of the game. I remember in like 2020, he had like a Patreon, and I looked at it and it was like $70 a month. I think he's like actually making like serious money from being Jeff Tiedrick now. It makes you washed. They were doing some pieces on the Barney Franklin guy because he was dying a few weeks ago. All I could think of it was just protruding nipples. I mean that one, that might be Trump's best tweet. He uses the M dash too, doesn't he? So I googled nipples protruding, and I thought I was gonna get the tweet, but it did not, unfortunately. So now I just have that in my. Yeah, he's doing the fucking Barney Frank looked disgusting, nipples protruding in his blue shirt before Congress. No, because that's not how it uses AI. That's not how the AI uses the M dash. She uses it the good way. The way that I liked to use it before I started using it, and I stopped using it altogether because it's ruined. The semicolon is still protected. It's still fine. That's true. It's not quite the M dash though. It's not the same. It can't use semicolons because it thinks it's code. My favorite is that AI like cannot read numbers. I don't know why. It just doesn't, like, if you're like, I have 3 eggs, it's like, you have some amount of eggs, but I'm not sure. I think it's like I don't know. That's too intimate knowledge. That's too intimate piece of knowledge about I think it works if you type out the number. But if you use the physical, I don't know, I couldn't tell you. I don't really use AI. Despite what some people may say about me. But I do love it. I don't use it, but I love it. That's exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I just say water. I don't like AI. Anyway. all very silly. Using AI isn't bad for water, it's the training. The training uses more of it, as far as I'm aware. But the use on prompts versus on training is kind of how much of that you count for the prompt versus the training is kind of arbitrary. Because it's the question of like how much water had to be used for you to do this versus like how much municipal water is there in the world, or not in the world. I mean, obviously water doesn't, but like how much municipal water are you using with this prompt? Like if you didn't use the prompt, how much more of there would be? How much more municipal water would there be is like a different, it kind of just depends on how you're analyzing it. And then I think that the prompt itself they use for training, this is all to say it's not nearly as bad as alfalfa. It's not nearly as bad as factory farming. It's not nearly as impactful. But that's trivially correct, obviously. They want to make an AI center in Vancouver, I think. There's talk of it. But people are not happy, obviously. I don't know the specific details of it, though. It's all very stupid. And it's weird because like I think people are a bit over optimistic about what a bubble popping on AI would mean. Where it's like, oh, now ChatGPT isn't real anymore. It's like, well, no, there's still gonna be AI slop. Like that's kind of a foregone conclusion at this point. But the very large amount that's being invested in AI for like new training centers, yeah, the models are already trained, like they're there. The investment in these new training centers for AI, the new AI centers, is like it is a little bit. There's this good LinkedIn post. I know it's a crazy concept of like, it's been a year since my son, or it's been 6 months since my son was born. He's like twice the size that he was initially, and by age 12 he's gonna be as big as the sun. There's a bit of like that sort of projection with how data center construction, is, that I don't like. That the second that the investor money stops flowing in, or stops flowing in at nearly as large a rate, which like that's certainly going to happen. What was I gonna say? It's not good, folks. And it's probably a very strong overestimation, unless they like force. Well, it's harder to force AI to everything without the investor money. But the market can pretend for a very long time. I think that's a lesson. I don't know whether that's a new thing in the market. I can't say, like Tesla stocks, I say this as a complete layman, are like not real, obviously. It's like it's such an absurd investment. But I don't know if that's the price to earnings ratio of companies are getting increasingly absurd. I mean, that is an empirical question. They P ratios have trended higher over long periods. I guess so. Yeah, I guess it is getting worse. I mean, there's probably That's probably like a very crude way of measuring things. Well, it's not crazy. No, it's kind of crazy. It's probably a very crude way of measuring things, and I'm not an economist. But it seems like it's getting a bit, but it was always fake. They're real. Sam Altman's looking for a government bailout. I'm sure, is Trump gonna give it to him? OpenAI discussing possible government stake in the AI startup. They can't make money. Like, it's a stupid. Was it Claude that was making money? Is Claude profit? But maybe that's just with investor money. First, they achieved its first operating profitable quarter. No, but it's heavily subsidized still, so it's still fake. If you bailed out Argentina, he'll bail out Sam Altman. Yeah, that was such a funny one. Trump quote, there are concepts where pieces could be given to the American public, where the American public essentially becomes a partner. His brain, the way his brain works is very unique. He loves the word concepts, yeah. What's going to happen is big AI companies like Anthropic will become too expensive for the average person to just use, so only companies will be able to afford it. Yeah, probably. Trump is like discovering like Kilferdung style reformist socialism of like, folks, public ownership, we're seizing the means of production. The stock is a mechanism to facilitate public ownership. He's gonna become like Sweden, return to Sweden in the 70s style, like socialist. Kotskyite Trump. We love to see it. We love to see it, folks. As SpaceX was blocked early admission at the S&P 500. Was it? It's because it was fake. Is there's a fear? Exceptions to the financial viability seasoning. Should not be granted solely based on market capitalization. It's only going to trade a small amount of shares. Makes sense. Tesla wanted to change the rule to be allowed to the S&P 500 before 1 year, which was blocked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, folks. It's not good. Whatever's going on, it's not good. I do think a vast majority of AI usage is like people have an image of the market as just like people put products in the market and the best ones that consumers like the most based on their use, the use they have for them and the price they'll choose, which is obviously not true, particularly in markets that are more monopolistic, oligopolistic. Is that that's like especially the case with AI, where it's like, well, people have just been used to. It's a good example of how how slop is pushed onto people, where it's like if people get used to using a thing, then they'll just be used to using it. And it's like, you know, they like slop anyways, and particularly when it's like hard to navigate. Like Google searches, like you have to go out of your way to remove the AI preview. So the public ends up, the public gets what the public wants versus the public wants what the public gets. Exactly. That's a good expression. Did you come up with that? That's a great expression. The public gets what the public wants. Oh, it's a song. Well, I didn't realize there was an 80s band that was producing a door night critical theory propaganda in the 1980s. I didn't realize they were doing punk, Adorno punk, but that's great. But the idea that like, but subsequently as well, the idea that like you think that you could change this trajectory based upon like an organized boycott is kind of silly. Like just at a structural level, it's going to fail. It's like people who police carbon footprint stuff who are trying to save the environment by policing carbon footprint, but like probably even more useless, or it'll fail at an even higher level because the stakes are lower, right? Yeah, where before it was an attempt to like make it so that people don't, you know, help the factory farming industry or like carbon emissions related to like fuel, or boost the factory farming industry, which are I think much larger shares. Well, I mean, I guess it's easier to enforce an AI ban than it is to enforce those things, but the nevertheless the same structural issues. Maybe that's a good comparison, right? Of like, it's attempting to encourage people to drive less is like presumably going to have some effect on carbon emissions, but like a pretty negligible. And the structural issues, the structural thing, the structural components that cause people to drive to work every day, let's say, for instance, are like always going to be there. We're going to have a society that incentivizes people to do that, and in some cases like kind of forces them. A lot of American cities, like, you just need to drive. Maybe that's a good analogy. Yeah, I mean, if it would be significant. Sorry, if people were able to drive less, it would be significant. But like, the range of like possible and more importantly like expected changes within market consumption based upon like a consumer boycott that appeals to people's like environmental sensibilities is like relatively negligible. Enough so that like putting your eggs in that basket is kind of admitting that you're not going to actually solve the problem. It's very liberal by the like just the not even using that as a pejorative, just by the literal definition. It is a liberal way of viewing the problem. You need to solve this on the market. The market will decide. You're voting with your wallet. Your personal, spending habits, the habits in your off time. Yeah, I don't know. I've It's not the first time I've made this point on the stream. Have you seen this? Is this like a chud edit? Because I feel like I've seen this art style before. It's like, meanwhile in Japan, we're freezing all your assets, we're blocking all your trade, your people are gonna starve. Wait, sorry, what is... I don't even understand what's... Raised out of context, Japan invaded China in 1937, leading to the US froze Japanese as poison. It's a Nazi comic? I don't even understand. Do I have to know what he's saying here in Japanese? Oh, I see. So it's saying, oh, okay. So it's saying like America was begging to be attacked by Japan. That's so funny. Okay, so he's coming. This is a guy. This is like an epic like Bacon Comics guy who's coming out as like pro-imperial Japan against America. This is like possibly the funniest reason to be against the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's the most and then the context is they did that because Japan, famously walked out of the League of Nations. I remember it was in high school, it was in history class. It was like grade 12 history. It's completely unrelated. Not completely, slightly related. We were talking about the interwar period, and there was a guy in class that who's like not paying attention. I don't think I knew him particularly well. I think he was a gamer, and he was not paying attention, which was irrelevant in a second. And the teacher was like, such and such, you're not paying attention. What do you know about the League of Nations? And he was like, League of Legends? And that's all I heard from that story, because I wasn't there. But I think that's... Whenever I think of the League of Nations, I just think of that guy who was like, do you mean the League of Legends? I think he was like a ESL international kid as well. Like NA education. I'm fairly certain he was like there for a year. Like international kid who was like there for a year. If memory serves correctly. Which I think makes it slightly... Does it make it funnier? I'm not sure. Enough to get the brain rot. Well, I mean, League of Legends doesn't just do well in English-speaking countries. He was trying to tie the lesson to his lived experience. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like it is very spiritually, like 4chan post about the British guy whose uncle, like who's like British uncle is like very obsessed with denying the Rwandan genocide. Like, it's like such a weird thing for like modern Westerner who has no... Well, I mean, this one, I guess it's a bit, white guys romanticizing pre-World War II Japan. Is it maybe a bit more common, but it's still like it's an odd type of Nazi to be. Is like, we should do the fascism that like non-white people were doing. It's definitely like, it's certainly like I mean, I think probably most internet fascism is like pretty contrarianist. It's pretty contrarian. So I guess it makes sense to try to do like, I'm like, it's like when you see Twitter users who are like, I'm like a libertarian monarchist phalangist. It's part 167 of a whole history comic about World War II. Damn. Oh, reimagining villains. I see. So it's like actually America's the bad guy. Six, seven. Seven, well, no, it's 7-6. That's not fair. It is interesting, like, which groups reacted positively or negatively to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Because obviously, like, the American communist position and generally, like, American leftist anti-war position been fairly consistent since it happened. But, like, it's one interesting thing I find is that there are a lot of, like, Dengist Maoist people who, like, love China, but then also, like the one thing that they go against the party line is that they believe that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bad. Because as far as I'm aware, like, pretty across the board, like, the Chinese Maoist, like, communist position is like, we're glad that happened. Which I'm not bringing that up to say that they're right necessarily, but it is interesting how the cultural position of a communist radically changes their take on that one. I guess you're right. I guess I'm talking about online. Maybe in real life they're just maybe the real life like the Western Chinese, like, Dengists are, like, actually it's based. It could just be like an online thing. And then as far as I'm aware, the Japanese communist position is also that it's good that it happened. Like, that's the generally mainstream. Isn't all Dengists are online? I think that there's a decent amount of, like, real life Western communist parties that are basically just like, President Xi is my dad. We agree with whatever they're doing. I would imagine those groups probably do actually hold the Maoist line on it. You pay the pipers of, is that fucking, what's his name? It's is it Rockwell? What is his fucking name? The funniest thing about it's Rockhill, that's his fucking name. He's like a Lizardo guy, isn't he? My opinion on those guys is that they're liberals by, like, the literal definition that, like, Lizardo was a liberal and he defends Stalin on liberal grounds. And it's funny that all those guys think that they can, like, police who is and who isn't, like, a Marxist when they like people like Stalin on liberal grounds. So no, I can't say that I care to waste my time reading that. That, I mean, that is, like, if you would fucking actually read Lizardo's defense of Stalin, it is that, like, on the grounds of liberal society, he created a good and fair society. Like, he explicitly abandons Marxism. Because, like, obviously, to defend Stalin, you kind of have to... And specifically, like, the conclusion of the society that Stalin's rule created, you kind of have to.
I am gay!
You either have to say, like, well, he tried his best, or you have to abandon Marxism. Who's the Traveler? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. 3. Why is the president of Colombia tweeting Heil Hitler? That's a great question. That's a great question. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. What is the broader context? Colombia does not needs order, authority, and economic freedom. I am not sure. That. Yes, he's saying the guy who quote tweeted is a Nazi. Okay. That's a first day on Twitter situation. You can't do talking like that, white baby. I feel like I'd like to think that, like, for a while I tweeted very defensively, because it's like, oh, someone's gonna misconstrue it, and I've like kind of stopped caring about it, because it's like, well, someone's gonna do that anyway. It's whatever. It doesn't actually mean anything. But you know, you gotta watch out a little bit. That you have to. Now you have to be a little bit careful about. But yeah, I don't know, the Rock Hill stuff where he's like, oh, parts of the Frankfurt School. I guess the claim is mainly related to, God, how am I blanking on? One Dimensional Man. Marcuse worked with like the OSS. There's kind of some friction going on, and therefore anyone related to the Frankfurt School is like is a part of this conspiracy by the CIA to promote critical theory because they thought it was bad, because they knew it would be bad for Soviet. It's ironic that anyone related to that is accusing someone else of not being a communist by association, considering how much they like people like Lizardo, who like are liberal. He is a liberal, has a liberal framework for understanding the world, defends Stalin, for instance, on liberal grounds. Like by their own framework, they are also liberals. It's just not really. It's just kind of silly. It's not. They're not like. Yeah, it's just kind of silly. That's my opinion of it. If I had more time in my life, I would I'd read a lot more from that camp and try to but I don't actually really think it's worth it. I don't really care. And I think it's a group of people you can kind of ignore and they go away. Anyway, yeah, it's silly. What else is happening in the world? Yeah, campus stuff, I don't know. It frustrates me the more.
Is that a brown
I have
bear?
to deal with people on the internet. Unknown work, thank you. Knicks or Spurs? I guess the Knicks, man. I guess I'm rooting for the Knicks. I don't know. I said this before. I'm like, I'm happy. I just hope everyone has fun. I just hope everyone has a good time. I'm just so disappointed with Wemby. Elmo ass answer. That fucking the end of game 2. Just I'm so disappointed. That's my opinion on the series. I'm so fucking disappointed. What a tragic. You're saying Spurs on that on last stream stay on that side. I don't like. I said I hope that everyone has a good time and that the Spurs are obviously gonna win in 5. And then they lost 2 games, and then you'll never win a ship with that attitude. That's true. I hope I just want it to be close. I hate the way that it's really like they need to do something. There needs to be like an NBA Stalin. They need to do NBA Stalinism on like the fucking referees. Cuz the NBA referee situation is kind of like the Red Army in 1934, which is like you just have to get rid of all that. Like that's all of these generals have learned how to command peasant armies, trying to fight against a guy who would have been Adolf Hitler in Russia if they came to power. Like a monarchist who would have done the Holocaust 10 years before the Nazis did if they came to power. And it was not working with the period. Doing it the way Stalin did. Virtually all modern armies had some sort of like large scale sacking. Not in the way that Stalin did, obviously. But there's something just fundamentally wrong with the way that the referees, with whatever's going on with the referees in the NBA. Yeah, I don't it is the modern like typical liberal conceptualization of Stalin is kind of dumb, where it's like, oh, he was like clinically paranoid. It's like the Hoi Brain, like he's like clinically paranoid. Like how should I put this? See, I've done the thing about how I hate Stalin and how I hate campus, so I have to do the other way around as well. There was a very reasonable fear in the Soviet Union that the white army, that the had some sort of power base in Europe, in reactionary countries, in non-communist countries, and wanted to destroy the Soviet Union. Like a lot of that paranoia comes from, admittedly, particularly in retrospect, of an overestimation of, I was gonna say white power, which is technically correct. Like emigre royalist, non-communist power. And like a lot of the Stalinist purges were partially an attempt for political centralization and Stalin destroying his political enemies, like the killing of Trotsky, which like people love memeing about the killing of Trotsky, was like one of the, like, if you're a communist, it's great, and you don't think that was like incredibly terrible, like sincerely think that that's incredibly terrible, for Stalin to just kill it, just he was dabbing on him. Like there was no world where Trotsky, but was in part also driven by a paranoia of Russian emigre forces attempting to regain power, which is, I think it's really funny, totally unrelated, but given that like the Hoi 4 system uses the kind of liberal standard historical interpretation of Stalin in relation to his paranoia, it's funny that like according to the Hoi 4 system, Stalin ends up being correct, because like and this is obviously their desire to like, oh, every country can do every political path, like surely surely this will have a good effect on people's understanding of politics who use both our game and Wikipedia to understand the world. It's funny that given that if you don't do the purges correctly as Stalin, like, you do get overthrown, as far as I'm aware. Like, the White Army comes back or Trotsky takes over, which kind of implies that, according to Harfor, like, Stalin may have been clinically paranoid in doing the purges, but he was kind of right. Like, he was correct to have done that, because if he didn't, then the White Army would have came back, and there would have been another civil war. But yeah, to say that it was a result of clinical paranoia, like paranoia in the clinical sense, I think is silly. I don't think that that's historically correct. It was certainly, the severity of it was certainly both a miscalculation and also just like a ruthless crackdown on any opposition to Stalin specifically's political rule. And then also a reaction to the fact that, like, a reaction to the thing that all other, like, large modern states were reacting to, which is that warfare was changing really rapidly, and, like, their current leadership was just not equipped and not specifically trained for that. More dramatically for the Soviet Union, because the Soviets were fighting this, like, the Russian Civil War compared to, you know, the difference in technology and strategy between the Russian Civil War and then World War II, particularly later on in it, as it like, is very drastic. The stereotype people have about the Soviets, you know, they didn't have enough guns, so they just, like, sent you in, and then, like, the person who dies in front of you, you have to pick up his gun and march. It's like a bit more accurate for the Russian Civil War. I don't know if that specific account, I mean, it probably is for the Russian Civil War. But, like, at the level of an ecstatic truth, it feels much more accurate for the Russian Civil War. And, like, that just simply wasn't, you know, it's just that all those other modern states didn't really do that by, like, you know, killing all those people. I also think that, like, as far as I'm aware, there was an overestimation of how many people in the, I guess the Soviet Air Force was a part of the military and the Navy, wasn't it? It wasn't, like, a separate entity. I can't remember. At the time, at least. That there was an overestimation of how many, like, military, Navy, air officers were killed. That was corrected after the Soviet Union fell. They did have a separate... Okay. Oh, no, of course they did. What do I know? But, that, like, this record was corrected after the Soviet Union fell, because I think a lot of classified information was available for public historical discourse study. Yeah. I can't remember why I started talking about this, but it's very funny that the Harfor both believes Stalin is clinically paranoid, but then also is correct for being paranoid. Has anyone played EU5 recently? Finished Science and Tradition, it made me look up who Anne Lawrence is. Who's that again? Where do we mention her? My brain. Psychologist. Oh, it's this lady. Oh, God. Yes, it's the trans sexologist who calls herself an autogynephile. I mean, there's more. Yeah, that lady has some issues. The thing about, like, being, like, a Gen X or, like, a silent generation, no, Gen X or boomer. The thing about being, like, a boomer / Gen X trans person is that, like, they got some real self-hatred going on. It's really rough. A lot of them do, not necessarily. The amount of people who have like who went through the trenches in that period, like it's how hard it must have been in that period to be trans is shown in one way by how bad the brainworms are of a lot of the trans people who were openly trans in that period are, because it's like real crazy. I can't remember why she comes up in Science and Transition. Oh, because she published Men Trapped in Men's Bodies, right? Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Men in Men's Bodies. I remember that one. Yeah. It's crazy. She's friends with Bailey and Blanchard, right? Yes, but as it turned out in the Soviet purges, a lot of the military navy like leadership that was purged. It was like you're very much more often given like a slap on the wrist and then either released or allowed to remain in the leadership at a lower position. You have to work your way up, which is I think a lot closer to the image people have of how, like, America, for instance, there's a particular event in America during the 30s related to a mass firing of military leadership. I cannot remember what it's called. It obviously happened in a far less dramatic way than Stalinist Soviet Union. Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? So I have to like, I feel like I think of stuff during the day, and I always, or throughout the week, I think of things I'm like, this would be good to talk about, and then I forget, and I should write them down more. Future Biden moments. Yes, exactly. Getting into food lately. Been getting into food. I've been enjoying, for some reason recently I've just been enjoying food way more. That's great. Erika Kirk will perform the national anthem at Game 3 of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden. Do you guys hear about this? I do like that Twitter is like just fake now. Like there's just there's not a single chance that you will see a correct piece of information on Twitter. Like it's all just fake. It's all like, it's just all parody accounts, and there's like no possible way of actually verifying Hoops Crave. There's no way of verifying things are real or not. Before I was eating fruit and hating it, you're right. It's true. Israel's attacking Iran again. It's so fascinating that Trump is now like Bidened out. Like he's the Brandonization of Trump is so, because he's doing the thing where he's not actually opposing Israel, but he's like, Netanyahu, I'm so mad at you. I'm so mad at you, Netanyahu. Iran is. See, it's interesting, like, this shit show that Trump is, like, the insanely stupid situation that Trump has gotten himself into. I'm reminded of a chatter who challenged me on the idea that on the implication that, like, American foreign policy would be changed in any way depending on which administration is in power, because a vast majority, like, every single president before Trump was not as stupid as Trump, because, like, that's great man theory. And it's like the geopolitical fuck up that Trump has done by starting this war, really, like, it was all pretty obvious immediately that it was stupid, but, like, imagining that any other administration would have been dumb enough to get them into this situation is, I don't know, I think that's silly. I do think that, like, Trump has put himself in the impossible position where he's trying to broker some sort of peace. The great idiot theory is completely different. You're right, actually, that's true. Trying to broker a peace that makes all the different, like, regional states happy, which is, like, virtually impossible, right? And that Iran now realizes that they've actually got America in a difficult position to be in, because they want the Strait of Hormuz to be open. Foreign policy hasn't changed, but it's definitely stupider. Well, that's the thing, is it's like America's interests in the region haven't changed. And broadly speaking, like, the identification of those interests hasn't especially changed. It's just how it's been executed is way stupider. It's spectacularly more incompetent. But the stupidity is structural. But I mean, at that point, it's like everything is structural because everything is caused by some other thing, which isn't really saying much, I don't think. Right? Like how Trump got into power is based on democracy, which is based on all the different votes. You know, in certain counties, it was based on whether it was raining or not, because that changes the turnout. But like the individual decisions that Trump and possibly like just a couple of people in his inner circle have made about whether to declare war and in what way and how to continue it, are clearly going to have a very significant impact on Middle Eastern politics and America's relationship with the Middle East in the future. Like there's going to be a significant difference. It is a colossal blunder. Trump says Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept deal. So the Financial Times that Israeli Prime Minister will have no choice. He won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He doesn't call the shots. Trump told the Financial Times that the latest strikes have not had any impact on the deal. Do you think it's crazy that Kamala would have tried something? Well, she would have tried something, though. She wouldn't have tried this. I don't believe so. I don't think that Kamala right now, or at some point in her presidency, would be like, fuck, I started a full-blown war with Iran, and I realize now that actually is really bad for our economy, and also people hate me because of oil prices, and a multitude of other things, really. And I want Iran to stop fighting, but I also want Israel to stop fighting Iran. I need to make a peace deal that makes both sides here happy and they can agree with, but that's virtually impossible. And so, and Iran is well aware of this fact. So they're... yeah, I don't think that would happen. I don't... Some Biden admin officials said the first strikes on Fordo from last year were already being planned. I don't think anyone would have killed Khamenei. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Biden admin didn't... Israeli and American militaries did conduct joint practice runs and drills for this exact scenario during Biden's term. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I just don't think it would have been done nearly as stupidly. That was the thing about another example of that was that raid. The Trump raid that ended up killing like 2 Navy SEALs. The Raid Shadow Legends. That like it killed like 10 civilians, one of which being like a child. It was in Yemen. They're in Yemen. That like I believe it was the Obama administration. They planned for it, and then Obama was like, "Let's not do that, because it's fucking stupid." And then Trump came in, and they were like, "Oh, you have this plans to do this raid? Let's do it." And then it failed horribly. It's a good example. It's a good example of a difference. Like Trump being stupid is particularly now, given how like disastrous this war has been for America. Like the stupidity of Trump and Trump's desire to, let's say, execute plans that are not a good idea. And escalate them when it's clearly not in the America's best interest for anyone with the brain and the capacity to think towards the future. Like Obama was so much better than everyone else and still killed so many people. Yeah, I mean the point I'm not making the point that like at like a moral level, I'm like. To a certain respect, Trump making stupid decisions that destabilizes American power in the region. Like, it's hard to say that it's hard to contextualize it as good, but has the possibility of creating results for America that they do not want, for American imperialism, that work against American imperialism. Would be hard to contextualize. Do you think is a cognitive line? I just think fascists are dumb. I think fascists have a hard time like rationally identifying threats, because their entire ideology is based upon pretending finding threats that don't exist in the world. And that's like it's not necessarily cynical. Like a lot of them believe the shit that they're saying. Like the grifter true believer distinction is kind of fake. It's actually kind of hard to identify. Lumstar, thank you. Like they're true believers and they are grifters. And like, wouldn't you be surprised that like, yeah, when they try to think about a foreign policy, they're also irrational. It's like with Putin, right? Like the war in Ukraine has been so incredibly disastrous for Russian power, Russian ability to project power, the Russian economy. It's such a colossal geopolitical mistake. But because Putin is like a fascist fundamentally, he's an irrational far right nationalist who's like believes in these really stupid, trad ideas of restoring Russian power on the continent and restoring Russia's status as a superpower that are just stupid. They're stupid. They're irrational. If you had a strongman in power in Russia who wasn't a fucking moron the way that Putin was, Russia would be doing much better right now. Because yeah, I mean, I made the mistake because it wasn't really like the war didn't technically start in what 2021. Was that the like big escalation event? There really was like a war going on before, and it's like this was a large scale escalation of that. But before that large scale escalation, I made like the dumb leftist opinion of like, well, Putin's not a fucking idiot. Like that this would be disastrous for Russia. Like, he's not going to do a full-scale invasion because that would be bad for him. They would be stupid. And I ended up being right that it was stupid, but I was not, it failed to consider that states don't actually, the realist international relations tradition can be kind of dumb when they assume that states act rationally. They don't. Not even Zelensky believed it until like very late. Yeah, I mean, it's really stupid. Like, it's a really stupid decision. Even if Putin takes Kyiv, like, it doesn't go well for Russia, comparatively speaking. How does it compare with the alternative Ukraine and NATO? I mean, that's assuming it works. I don't think that Ukraine and NATO is a foregone conclusion, as far as I'm aware. But even so, it works out a lot better than literally revitalizing the institution itself and its purpose, and convincing everyone who borders you on the European side of your border to join this institution and actually give it some sort of use. Right? Like, what's the fucking point of NATO before? It was an institution that was like archaic. It's like what against defending against what? A formal, like a state formally invading another state? It's Europe in the 21st century. And then they invaded, and then Russia invaded Ukraine, and then in Finland and Sweden, and also just the Eastern NATO countries that like are reaffirmed in either wanting to remain in NATO and keep it a serious institution, like a real, defensive pact, or join it. Because if they don't join it, they might end up like Ukraine. It's a disaster. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Ukraine and NATO is a foregone conclusion as well. I'm sure that Russia was treating it as such. I mean, they must have been. Now it's like you border Russia. Why would you not join NATO? You'd be stupid not to want to join NATO. Ukraine's never going to be allowed to NATO. That's more of what I would think about it, although I don't know enough about it to claim that confidently. Russia should join NATO. Russia should join NATO and then attack countries in NATO. Like when you in Crusader Kings, when you submit yourself to like declare fealty to a big empire and then start conquering the constituent vassals of that empire. Ukraine can only join NATO if they give up their claims to Crimea and Donbass. Right, because that related, there was some condition related to like disputed territory. Which like obviously, NATO can waive that if they feel like it. It's ongoing land dispute. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think Ukraine joining NATO is a foreign inclusion. The EU possibly is a bit more like, I think that might have been a bit more. I think that was maybe more of a fear. Was joining the EU. But yeah, the answer is that it's clearly not as bad as this. It's clearly not as bad as what's happened to Russia now. Rumblings the EU loosening membership rules. Yeah. I mean, as a communist, I hope that that institution stops existing. But as an ethnic Serb, I hope we join so I can live in Europe. I think it would be cool for that citizenship to extend to be able to live in whatever part of the Schengen area I would want. It's crazy. Some European country citizenship laws are wild, where it's like, if your like grandparent is Italian, you can get Italian citizenship. Serbia is less strong than that. It's if your parent had citizenship, I believe. Or no, it's like your parent is born there? Because my dad was born there. I looked it up. Whatever it was enough. You need an Irish grandparent is crazy. Yeah, I mean, the Serbs aren't gonna fucking join. She's Schengen on my area. Yeah. Is it a good time to game out immigrating from North America to Europe? No, probably not. No, it's bad there too. Canada before we get invaded by the United States is probably the best you got. And then as soon as, because Canada will be subsumed into the United States in our lifetime, 100%. But not because of like necessarily like a Trump styled. It's just because like global warming is going to make a lot of Canadian land a lot more. There's going to be large scale continental migration up towards Canada from both like Central America and even like the southern United States. You guys looking forward to the bustling metropolis in northern British Columbia that's going to happen in 50 years? I think Mexico's pretty cooked. If southern United States is cooked. But unfortunately, you know, the future is bright for Canada, I guess. And it's pretty obvious that any American presidency reacting to those politics would put significant political and economic pressure on Canada to have some integration of some sort. Which is ironic because like Trump is the shit that Trump is doing is stalling that, is making that harder. It's making it a lot more difficult. Like if anything, with Greenland as well, because his like political goals are not just like paradox brain. It is like those are long-term geopolitical aims of an America reacting to climate change. Is like Greenland for the sea lanes for trading. Is that the word, sea lanes? And then Canada for what are the specific resources? Obviously fresh water, the livable climate in the future, sea lane Maxwell. Exactly, sea channels, thank you. The whale roads, yeah. It's a child's view of how access things work. Of course, yeah. That was so funny. You know, it was a really funny one. When I posted that I was going to America, there was someone who was arguing with me who was like, it's fucking stupid that Canadians are worried about America invading. Was like, oh, so it's not so scary. America invading is not so scary now. And I wonder what goes wrong in your brain as like an American leftist that you get like polarized against a country hating you for your evil fascist president threatening to invade them. Like what level of, like, I don't understand how you're polarized. Like, what polarizes someone in that direction? It's strange. It's like, it's very odd. Because I guess it's just like American show. Like, I don't, the easy like straw man answer is just like it's just a chauvinism thing. Because it's like, I mean, of course that's how a country is going to react when, because like the real answer of like why I visited America and why I was like, I wasn't like worried, especially, is that like, I was like, what was I going to say? How was I going to structure this sentence? It's very likely probably not, I mean, white woman. And then it's very likely not going to happen immediately. It's because I love Vegas. You're right. I was afraid of it, but I love Vegas so much. But like, if you are worried, like the odds that Trump does fascism is the same odds that Trump invades America. Because if he does one, he'll do the other, right? Like, so if you're like actually worried about American democracy, it's like, because like obviously, no one thought that by June or May of 2026, America would formally not be a democracy. Like, most people didn't think that, right? That it would obviously take a little bit longer than that. Even the people who think like it's still like, oh no, that was our last election, probably thought that, you know, but like, it's so strange. Like, if someone is making plans in a way that they assume that America is going to remain a democracy by May of 2026, does that mean that they don't think it was serious, that they were actually lying about it being a threat? I don't know, because this wasn't just one guy, to be clear. This was a very large discourse about American leftists who were like, oh, those stupid Canadians who are actually worried about our evil fascist president invading them. Don't they realize that they're like 7th on the chopping block? And it's like, I think it's pretty reasonable to be worried about being on the chopping block at all. I think if Trump is like, if I get through these 5, then I'm gonna get to you. It's pretty reasonable to react to that by being like, well, I don't like any of you. Fuck all of you. Yes, and there was also a resentment because like there was a very obvious change in American in like for DHS where some like, because let's call it spade a spade about what the outrage is, right? That there were some like white Canadians who like maybe they fucked up their visa in some way, and instead of just getting rejected, they were like put in detention facilities, and they had like the chains put on them for when they were being held, and then they were sent back out. Which is unusual because typically what would happen if you were a white first worlder is that they would just send you back, right? Like the cultural reaction there is like, oh, okay, like you guys, like, because obviously like it is asymmetrical in the sense that America was always doing that to people in the global south, right? And to non-white people. Like, if you talk to anyone who has like a passport from not a majority white country, you know, let's particularly like a passport from like the certain Middle Eastern country, like you can see that there was a very clear already there's an imbalance there, and far more what's happening is that like the white first worlders are beginning to be treated like everyone else. They threw out the skin color swatch, exactly. But it like the Canadian public reacting to that being like, oh, okay, so they hate us now. Like America hates us, and they're going to escalate this conflict. Trump is going to continually post about. Am I a little quiet? Trump is going to continually post about invading us, and then it's going to get worse and worse. And we're no longer allied countries, and that is like a real military border. I don't know. It seems it's interesting how certain American leftists understand that they need to turn off the American chauvinism brain when they are dealing with, for instance, people from countries, people from not first world countries that Trump is threatening to invade. That it's like, yeah, you should hate us, but Canadians should not hate us. No one, everyone who is also, I was gonna say settler state, but then it's like, well, no, Mexico's a settler state. So it's not, I mean, it wouldn't be that's not symmetrical. It's a country with white supremacy and that is actively also doing colonialism and dispossessing indigenous people of their land. What about Eastern Europe? How is Eastern Europe doing on the ethnic identity swatch for DHS? Is Hungary good now? Are you asking if Hungarians are white or not? That's a good question. Let's get a poll going. I don't know. I can. My understanding is that the DHS has just like given the people. I don't know if this has changed. I don't know. Like, they seem to be compensating again. DHS appears to be compensating again. Hello, Maple Tapes. Maple Takes. Hungarians are not Slavs. That's true. Hungarians are Slavs that were taught to speak a non-Slavic language. Actually, who was in the Pannonian Basin before? Because Hungarian is kind of a fake identity. Like, if you look at the... someone in chat was mentioning this as a way of fueling my Serbian... ironic Serbian national rivalry. That, like, the language stats for speaking Hungarian in Hungary in, like, the 20s were, like... It was, like, 20% of the population. It's a very new... There's a certain respect to which, like... Hungarian is disintegrated. Is that true? They're the same language group. I thought they were. What is the language family for Hungary? Oh, it's Uralic. Okay, yeah. Because Greater Magna Hungary or whatever, Magna Hungaria, is like in like northern Kazakhstan, right? No, it's still in Russia. This is like Magyar ethnogenesis happened around here. And then they settled in the Pannonian Basin. It's interesting. It's real far away. No, but it was broadly a ruling class. It's different, like like DNA is like a sore spot in Turkey, where there was kind of a similar, comparable phenomenon that happened. Although there was a much larger degree of migration, like Turkic migration into Anatolia, than there was like Magyar migration into the Pannonian Basin, as far as I'm aware. But I don't think it's a soy spot in Hungary, right? Like, there aren't Hungarian politicians who are like, no, we are all descended from... Maybe there are. Maybe I just don't know enough about Hungarian politics. Like, we're all descended from the steppes. Because obviously the more realistic image... And this is to imply that Hungarian ethnogenesis is, like, different than... You know, it's, all national identities are fake and constructed. What was I saying? But that overwhelmingly it was like an elite group who spoke the Uralic Hungarian language that made all of the peasants speak it as well, and did so broadly in the 20th century, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, some of your like your name, most don't. Yeah, like you like the general population just like didn't enjoy. Whereas in Anatolia there was like a pretty significant amount of Turkic and also like a little bit of like Mongol as well. Like steppe migration. That was, I think, broadly a result of the weakening power of the Roman Empire. Orban was doing the Turinist LARP. That's funny. That's really funny. There are Turinist parties in Hungary? That's so cool. That's really funny. Another example where like there is a stereotype of specifically like people LARPing as a group that they're totally not, being like a Black Israelite thing, when I would argue it's, I mean, especially American, but way more of a white thing to do. And Hungarian Turinism is like, I mean, identity or association with Hungarian history and people with the histories of people of Central Asia. Finns are also interchangeable with third Nordic groups. That's interesting. But that was a different... I'm actually unaware of the process in Finland of Finns and other Baltic also to Russians. Right, because Baltic languages are very close to Slavic languages. There's a lot of similarities. They're in like a broader language family, the Balto-Slavic language family, I think. Is Estonian... Don't Estonians speak something close to Finnish? It's like a I can't believe it's not Finnish situation. Do Hungarians still claim to be Turkic? That's cool. That's a cool LARP. I like that. Guy whose family like is just peasants from the Pannonian Basin for how many centuries that like finally started learning speaking Hungarian. Like his like great grandfather started speaking Hungarian. Is like, I am from the steppes. I am actually Asian and I am from the steppes. Anyway, sorry. That was the designated, allocated Hungarian hatred segment of the podcast. The Hasan sponsored anti-Hungarian segment. He actually pays me $100 a minute to spread the word about the Hungarians. It is all fake. The Grey Wolf Dark Money. That was a funny one. There was this like one of the reactions, I've told you all about the sword in my family. That was the Turkic, the Ottoman, the Bektashi Ottoman sword that is in my family. The Yatan, is that how you pronounce it? That was made in the very start of the 19th century and was probably used in the Serbian Revolution. And one of the funny reactions I had from that was that they were like, because it was Turkish people being like, I will marry you for the sword. There was, to bring it back into the Turkish fold. There were some people being like, I will duel you for the sword. But then there were also like, there was some Serbian people who were like quite offended that I had the sword. Where they were like, you know, it's the classic thing of Serbians who are like, we're basically black. Like, the oppression against us is basically what happened to black people. This was like a very common thing for Serbs in like the 90s, especially. And the history of why it happens is like very odd, and I think relates to like a lot of it relates to like Tito's like Second World internationalism. Or like non-aligned movement is like the more proper term for it. But what was I gonna say? But this idea of like, there's one lady who was like, you carrying that sword and celebrating it is like, you know, the white slave master, descendant of slave master, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, you are like a white woman who lives in Chicago. Like, you cannot possibly be this mad about atrocity that happened 200 years ago. Across the world. That, like, I'm also Serbian. I'm not even... It's very strange. Wow, get over it. I'm telling Serbians to get over it. I'm telling Serbians, get over it. The official Liv Agar stance to Serbian people that think that they're oppressed. That's the classic joke of like the Turkish person in Berlin arguing with, you know, Serbian person who also lives in Berlin. Serbian person who lives in Vienna. About which of the two countries are better. Anyway. Your dad is Turkish, you have no opinions on the sword. You're not sure, by no opinions you mean you are not sure whether you want to challenge me to a duel to bring it back into the fold. Or that was an interesting, I saw a map on world history, probably the r/map porn. I hate that trend in Reddit where it's like something that's not pornographic at all. It's like r/food porn. And what they mean is like photos of food where the food looks good. Like not a guy like fucking a bagel or whatever. Like, I don't, it's such a, it is very Reddit. I would say that. But about like in the North American, or in the American census, is maps of which countries are considered white. And as far as I'm aware, Turkey is still a part of it. White/Caucasian countries. Because it was I think it updated surprisingly recently, because Middle East, North African, for I believe into the 2010s on the census was considered, like, you were supposed to check white on the census. I could be wrong about that. It's so interesting, the contrast between whiteness as a discourse and then also whiteness according to like census data. Although that was changed recently. Is Mina still white on the census, but it's like a separate, like it's like Mina, it's like white, but then like white in a Mina way. It's like you could be Hispanic and still white on the census, but you can be Hispanic and not white. Yeah, in Middle Eastern you still have to put white. That's it, yeah. It's I do wonder, like, because I was not conscious. Like, you can look at the empirical perception. You can look at the empirical, you know, status of whiteness, and analytically, what am I trying to say? What distinction am I trying to make? It's harder to look at the cultural conception of what whiteness is before you were conscious. That's a Biden share. I do wonder the extent. I mean, the answer is probably quite a bit. The extent to which that perception has changed following 9/11. I guess that's the... and that, like, despite that, the census still reflects a... I mean, I guess I don't know. What is the point of the census? They added Mina in 2024. But Turkey, as far as I'm aware, is still just what, like, it's not white Mina. Long link incoming, and you check box 9. I did the Canadian census recently, because they do it every 5 years, and it's the law. Mine was interesting because I didn't get the long form one, but it does ask you your gender and then your assigned sex at birth. So I wonder I think that's a new thing. But then it also wants to know what languages you speak, and I believe it just asked for race as well. What does the American one look like? Oh yeah, white. Print, for example, German, Irish, English, Italian, Lebanese, Egyptian, etc. Yeah, white people. Yeah, Lebanese, Egyptian, etc. The line is Pakistani, I guess. Where's the... Or I guess... I don't know. It's not exactly clear where the line would be. Like, if you're like Persian, are you like, are we still in the, like, where am I supposed to... Is it the eastern border of Iran? That where you can't, where it's no longer... It's saying this like it's like common sense, where their conception of whiteness. Because like Egypt, like, well, no, Egypt is the worst example of, like, you know, Lebanon is in Asia, like, it is arbitrary, obviously. Some other race. Iranians per white. As far as I'm aware, I remember someone I knew in undergrad, so I guess this was like 2018, who's Pakistani, said she, like, had to put white on the Canadian one. Yeah, I do wonder. I don't know the intricate details of like. I would be curious. The what is the conscious thought process of guy who won? Because there's just one guy who decides this. Guy who runs census. Who has to decide who is officially is and is not white. You're an Indian kid who would want to put white because his family was from the UK. I remember there was an odd drama between a lady I was seeing and one of my friends, because the lady I was seeing was like, yeah, I'm Pakistani. I have to put white in the Canadian census, and I told that to my friend who's Pakistani, and she was like, no, you don't. She's like, she's just trying to be white, like. And then she didn't like her because of that. And I was like, well, no, she said that she had to. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't verify what was going on there. I don't know who was right. I cannot confirm. Is it about the number? That it's like, it was more statistically insignificant, so the census didn't... I don't know. I have no clue. I am sure that whatever reason they're collecting this information and categorizing it, it is to do evil. That is all I can be sure of. That is all I can guarantee. I don't know how the census works. Oh, sorry, that was me. I don't know why I did that. On US one it says Hispanic and rec it's not black. That one video? Classic, yeah. Sorry, that was me again. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. You know what I'm annoyed about, chat? The fact that people are still talking about Clavicular, and I don't have a bias in this at all. Clearly I'm clearly a very unbiased person. But if you look at his like actual streaming numbers, it's like Clavicular discourse is purely propped up by like millennial... Stop talking about my son. Clearly propped up by like liberal millennial journalists who are like, oh, I'm with the times. I understand what the Zoomers like. Like, I'm actually like, and I understand what Zoomers are talking about. He gets so much like mainstream coverage. Adam Freeland, yeah. Because like when I made an episode about Clavicular for QAA in like the start of April, it was March, wasn't that March? It must have been March. Like, it was kind of already like everything that it was interesting, that could be interesting, that was said about him had already been said. And like even like when I did it, it was probably, I feel like my opinion on it was like everyone has already said everything interesting about this guy, so I'm going to say obviously that I love him. That's what I said in the episode. No, I'm gonna give like context about the Maxing like for him. Because I did an episode like a couple years before that. So it's like what was like when young Clavicular got like, I guess, radicalized and like sucked into this insane body dysmorphia producing ideology or worldview. Like what was it like? What was that experience like? How could that have happened to him? Like provide some more kind of background context for it, which I thought was like novel in some way. But like for the most part, a lot of the discussion about him is just not, especially because he hasn't really done anything. Like he like stopped streaming as far as I were for a while because he was trying to quit drugs. I think he went off steroids. Stopped doing meth. The guy who smashes his face with a hammer is the kid who eats bugs at recess. Yeah. That's basically it. I mean, he just kept doing shit that got attention on the website whose entire purpose was like stupid young chuds. Stupid young sensitive chuds who do shit to get attention, do stupid shit to get attention. And then he was like the best at doing stupid shit to get attention. And then he blinked and he was like 18 and he made a career out of it. And then that was going to just, that's his life. That's him for the rest of his life. That he's just basically a circus animal who does stupid shit to get attention. Because yeah, like millennials, there is a cultural generational divide there. Because like millennials and like to some lesser extent, like maybe younger Gen X, like grew up, I guess it would only be millennials, who grew up like having access to the internet and saying and doing stupid shit on the internet as like, let's say teenagers, like were allowed to grow out of that. Like they didn't do it under their names and they didn't like accidentally start a career out of it by getting a lot of attention. Like the amount of attention you could get being really online in previous generations was a lot less. Like your digital footprint stuck with you a lot less, and you didn't have career options. But that's not the case for Zoomers. For Zoomers, like increasingly your social world is online. Your digital footprint is your like real presence, your existence, social existence. And so like Clavicular is like as a novel phenomenon for Zoomers. Like you don't get a millennial Clavicular. It's inconceivable. Particularly because his whole thing is just being made fun of. Like he's just a lol cow. Like no one wants to be Clavicular. He's made like a shit ton of money on streaming, but no one wants to be him. Clavicular would be Boxy. Well, no, because Boxy like had something. Boxy was also like, no one was writing articles about Boxy. That's the thing. There was something novel about whatever Boxy had going on. But it's not like if she had a court case that like the New York Times would write a piece about it. Well, Ziz was also really online though, right? Yeah, Clavicular has 2 Atlantic columns about him per week. It's fucking insane. She also didn't get rich for being famous. Yeah, it's very different. It's insane. It's an insane situation. Like, yeah, it's really weird. And at this point, everyone's just bored of it, right? Like, we all thought that the joke was he's boosted by Teal. Does Teal have the sauce like that? Maybe. I guess I'm using a specific example of a person being boosted by having like not favorable views, but like a bias within journalistic institutions boosting him, even though there's no actual like market demand for it, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Teal stuff is probably part of it. I'm glad people are all covering straight white guy. That is a good point, actually. No one clicks. You're right. I guess you're right. No one thinks Clavicular is straight. You're right. You're right. Fine. Clavicular is like evil bisexual. Heals 10% damage to everyone. It's true. That was honestly the coolest thing about going to Las Vegas, the city, and like having my hotel be on the strip was I was like, I've been here before. In one of in the critically acclaimed game Fallout New Vegas, I've stood right here. It's old Vegas. I didn't actually do much in Vegas because I went for a music festival and then I left. I didn't want to stay for very long. It kind of scares me. It's a deeply evil place. It's kind of like hanging out near the entrance to the Black Lodge in Twin Peaks. I did not gamble. I don't like gambling. I'm not a gambler. I opened enough loot crates in Team Fortress 2. Poker isn't gambling. I don't like that's the one that I would do, but I just didn't want to. It was too threatening to me. It was too much. My friend that I was with, what was the hat that you desperately chased after? What is this? What do you mean? I don't remember. Oh, the hat, TF2. I don't know. I definitely had some hats. I had some unusuals that I thought were cool, but I had like the lowest to the bottom barrel. I remember I did play CSGO in high school, and I had this really cool Jaguar print AK that I really liked. I don't know what it was called. I probably still have it on my Steam account. It wasn't a physical I don't know what it was called, but it was in high school. It was like 2015. I think I probably sold all of my inventory on both of those to like play Steam games, because you can't like legally sell them for real money, but you can sell them for like Chuck E. Cheese bucks you can use on Steam. Can I look at my inventory? Inventory. Let's see. Let me see. Team Fortress 2. I think I sold all of my good TF2 stuff. Oh god. I forgot that because when I played TF2 as like a 12-year-old. My favorite was Spy, obviously. I feel like that's pretty obvious about me. And I had I'm staring at it right now because this is public information because my account is public. I renamed my stat track knife that has like 1,000 kills on it. I dedicate this face stab to Jesus. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I was 12, okay? I was 12. Ugh. Oh shit! You know what's really funny? I just looked. No shot. I looked at my CSGO inventory, and I have a well-worn StatTrak AK-47 Jaguar. And maybe this might be lying to me. I have no clue, but it said starting at $130 Canadian for this weapon. I have $100 fucking CSGO skin in my inventory just sitting there. What the hell? I just have like money in my fucking. I also have an op red line as well, and it says that's $70 Canadian. Look at this, chat. I can't record the thing, but here's the. They're like actually expensive. Do I have any more expensive shit? Wait. No, this must be fucking with me. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this Glock I have. Surely this number is lying to me, and this isn't a $240 Glock 18. What the fuck? It's real? That's so fucking funny. It's $2. This one isn't. This is worth $10. That's insane. This is a $20 one. Damn. Said some of the crates. This is a $35. I have an esports. Damn. Okay. This is not interesting. This isn't interesting. But I actually have like 400 maybe dollars. That's so funny. That's so funny that I just had like this feels like the version of like buying a cent's worth of Bitcoin and waiting for it to That's fucking insane. Wow. Well, yeah, I have a bunch of crates that are worth like $40. All these crates are worth 36 Canadian dollars. What the fuck? Well, this is the only appreciating asset that I own is my fucking CS:GO inventory. That is like it's 2 pages. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Wow. That's so stupid. It's so insane how much money was fucking pumped into that games market. And how, like, because they did the trade up feature, right? Where you can trade up items for like a knife. Like yeah, the trade up thing. But it didn't, the market like cap didn't decrease, did it? Like it decreased temporarily, but there's still so much money in it, right? Did you spend that much on digital weapons? I didn't. Those were not worth that much money. I did not spend money on CS. I spent like maybe $30 or $40 on cosmetics. I probably like opened those. I mean, you know, the summer case, I have like 4 or 5 esports 2014 summer cases, and they're worth like 40 Canadian dollars. 1, 2, 3. That's so funny. Oh, it did? Okay. I mean, that's good to hear. But it's still the market cap, like CS2 item market cap is still like $1 billion, isn't it? Or something ridiculous. Maybe not. Maybe it's way less than that. No, it's $2.5 billion. Jesus fucking Christ. How much did it go down by? I swear to God, oh no, it crashed. Okay. No, it definitely did crash. Let me find this. Oh, wait, where's the... No, wait, did it? No, I don't think it did. Let me find this. Or like it recovered? It's so stupid. What I don't understand about... I guess it's just a lot of money laundering. Like, Is there a reliable mechanism? Oh yeah. Okay. It went down from like 6 million or 5.8 million to like, and it's kind of crashing. I mean, this one says that it's a $5 billion. Is the cap different than the index? That's 5 mansions in Vancouver, yeah. Freak the fuck out and sell your CS. I mean, I'm gonna fucking sell it after I saw this stream. Are you kidding me? What am I gonna put that money into? I guess the answer is probably Magic the Gathering Arena. Get myself a new deck. Stop playing Is It Prowess. I can't do food. You cannot, unfortunately, you cannot purchase food on the Steam market. Magic the Gathering addiction? No, it's over. I'm cooked. I got to Platinum in Limited, and then I kind of stopped playing. But apparently Platinum is very easy to get to, so it's not very impressive. It took me like a week, though, of playing the game. It's very easy, because, like, as long as you're not losing, as long as you're, like, your win rate is, like, above, like, 33%, you rank up. It's very silly. Diamond Plus or real ranks? That's what it seems like. But I believe in myself. I was good at Hearthstone in high school. I can do it. I really wanted to play that Azorius Momo deck. It seems really cool. And surely I don't have to spend... Do I have like $400? I have $400 of Steam money. It's so... Because I love spending money. One thing about me is it feels really good to spend money. And especially in a context where I don't actually have to spend the money. Like, the money's already been spent. You know what I mean? Arena dev team getting union busted? That's a good point. Maybe I should just not. Maybe I should just keep it in my account. That's a good point. Wasn't there was a whole thing about, like, on the union vote, like, I don't know whether this is real or not, or how union votes work, because this could be like a blue sky, like, over, a blue sky exaggeration, that, like, the trans people who hadn't changed their legal name, like, despite the fact that they, like, used nicknames on Arena, because of course the Magic the Gathering team is gonna have a lot of trans people on it, for, like, the union vote, Wizards specifically printed their, like, legal dead names to, like, discourage participation. Did you monetize the insane amount of wildcards I have in some other? That's the other thing. That's the problem with also spending money on the digital Magic, or at least, like, Magic the Gathering Arena, is you can't, like, resell it later. Because when you, like, play paper Magic, like, you don't own much. You own a fucking, you own a piece of cardboard. But you could sell it. Sorry, I was just looking at the... Wait, is it being sold for, like... Yeah, no, $250, $236. One of these are sold for. That's insane. That's insane that I own a Counter-Strike pistol that's 250 Canadian dollars. Oh, wait, no, but mine is Stat Track, isn't it? Wait. Sorry, I can look at this later. It's not maybe this is, I was gonna say they get sold. There's one sold, like, there's one sold a day. So funny. I was gonna say this isn't interesting, but nothing was happening on the stream was particularly interesting. So maybe that's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, and then the fucking The summer cases. There must be something really expensive in these summer cases. Bizarre. Bizarre. Sorry, I'm not over it. Damn, the factory new Jaguar is $1,000. She wouldn't get that one. That's well worn. Anyway. What is the mechanism to sell them, just theoretically? Because surely there's like a reliable way for people to actually sell their inventories, or there wouldn't be $2.5 billion, a $2.5 billion market cap. Because I know that's like against the terms of service, I would imagine. They don't want you to like real world trade. Yes, theoretically, how do you launder money with this? That's the, oh, it's on the CS gambling sites. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, bummer. I guess I could probably buy, how much are they? No, okay, no, they're very expensive. I could buy half a Steam Deck with my inventory. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I'm so glad that I just like checked. No, my team, as far as I'm aware, my Team Fortress 2 inventory is like completely washed. A Team Fortress 2 must do it differently. Yeah, because like my Stat Trek knife is like $1. I do have like genuine, old genuine items, but they're like $3. Yeah, and the supply crate series, the old supply crate series are worth like $0.01. They just got more expensive. They were like $350 to $700. Oh damn! So there was a world where I guess because presumably you can buy a Steam Deck on Steam. There's presumably a world where it lined up in a way that I could sell my inventory and then buy a Steam Deck. Wow. Oh well. That's so stupid. Because I assume that I guess the real answer is just that like the TF2 market cap is like not very much. I guess that's how you would launder those. I mean, I guess so. There's a world where it'll line up again. Yeah, maybe I'll save my Steam bucks and not spend it on Wizards of the Coast properties like as they're putting down a strike. Although I mean they're not calling for a boycott, which is like when it like actually really matters. But anyway, it's probably not a good idea. You'd advise to liquidate it ASAP? Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna liquidate. I'm definitely gonna turn it into Steam bucks. If anyone would like to buy the Liv Agar owned what was the fucking item I had? The Glock 18, the $250 Glock 18 dragon factory new dragon tattoo. Name tag them all. No, I'm not gonna. Just give me money through Twitch. If you want to give me money, you can buy it. I will list it. I will be listing it. But I'm not gonna do. That's very silly. A special auction stream. Yeah, exactly. So stupid. Nice buffer for the summer sale. I feel like I never participate in those. I feel like in my early 20s I used to be a person who like bought games on Steam that I didn't know about and was like, let me play this one. But I feel like nowadays I only, like, unless my friend is like, let's play, have you ever heard of, like, you know, this game, we should play it. I just, like, don't look at games that are coming out. I feel like I should, though. Like, it's not, I don't know. I'm too unk, maybe. Although I feel like being excited about the Steam Summer Sale is like a very dad thing to do. Don't bother. You think it's washed? Are games washed nowadays? Are we gonna turn into, we do Gamergate politics now? The games just aren't good anymore. What happened? I bet it has something to do with ethics in video game journalism. God, Diablo 4 or 5 is still fucking $70. Jesus Christ. Who's playing that nonsense? One I want to get into is Path of Exile, because there was an update and people are like happy with Path of Exile, right? Because I have like way too many hours in that game when it was released. Path of Exile. How much have I played that game? I got sick in like January of, was that 2020? Was it 2025? I have 120 hours in Path of Exile. Jesus Christ. Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile 1 I have like 40 hours in, because I played it when I was younger. But 2, oof. You can put build files into the game folders? That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. Damn. I'm happy they did that. I'm happy they're leaning into that. Is everyone still mad about that, like, Path of Exile 2? The game is doing well though, isn't it? Like, people are playing it again. I always play on like the solo self-found. I feel like it's the most fun. God, maybe I should get into Path of Exile again. Because they kind of ruined it for a bit and I stopped playing. I stopped paying attention in like March. Oh yeah, it's like peaked again. Back to like 500, 200k. I feel like that's not bad. Yeah, like it's back up to after the update. And like in a way, like it, well, yeah. I guess this happens whenever they update it. They're pretty happy with it though? Okay. Maybe I'll play the Druid. That's the new class, right? I usually just play the, I just play Lightning, Deadeye. The girl boss. The girl boss, character. Anyway. I've realized that, like, I feel like I'm neurotic in whatever, like, art, content, etc. I consume about, like, not like not being pandered to, but, what's a better way of putting it? Being challenged, being, like, not being coddled by something, where it's like, you know, you can tell when you're consuming something that was meant to be viewed on a second monitor. It's like, remember this plotline? Remember this character? Just so you didn't forget, there's this character. In case you were scrolling on your Instagram when we introduced them. And I feel like I'm neurotic about it. And I feel like that also applies to games. If like I like games that have the aesthetic at least of being difficult. Which I would imagine is like a market in itself that it's a very easily marketable demographic. Ironically, because that tends to happen. So desperately looking for something that doesn't treat you like a baby, that like are the boys in the category of sick of monitor shows? I have not watched it since I think season 2. I heard the ending is just like it got real bad close to the end there, right? Is dog shit. Yeah. I wonder what happened. Should have ended season 3. It's hard to give a character like Homelander a satisfying ending. Because I know I know the spoilers of the show. I think, spoilers. Is like there's some virus that like removes the superpowers. And then the cheeky Australian guy like beats him to death or something. Isn't that what happens? That's like, okay. He's trying to like have his superpowers and he's like super scared. It's like, oh, he got owned. Not exactly. Okay. He's British. It's all the same to me. I'm sorry.
I am gay.
Soggy bottom, boys. Thank you. Homelander gets face fucked by a dog. Okay. Sure. All right. I prefer my ending. I don't know if that's true or you're just saying that. I guess I really shouldn't be trusting chatters with their names are Bill to blast my hole. I guess that's really the egg is really on my face on that one for taking old Bill at his word. That's really my fault, I guess. But anyways. Dexter,
I am gay!
There's a suit that's really smart. The writer's like a writing art. I mean, it is very difficult to write a super intelligent character. Because, like, you have to, like, to convince audiences that aren't, like, stupid, you actually have to be good at writing, you know? You actually have to write something clever. You know, or you kind of or you kind of like devolve into like the BBC Sherlock sort of trope where it's like, oh, I just used my mind powers to calculate something that's, you know, incalculable to the naked eye. And they just say something that's fucking stupid. A boomerang. What was the boomerang in Sherlock? Each Bomber guy yells about a boomerang for 5 minutes. I'm gonna do react content. I'm sorry, because I remember I loved BBC Sherlock when I was like 12. That was like my outlet for not being on Tumblr. Was loving that show.
Scandal in Belgravia doesn't just fuck up the most important non-protagonist character in the entire canon behind maybe Moriarty. It also contains the scene.
I'm just gonna react to this, because
To me, it is always the scene. You will seldom hear me mention it under any other name. In my eyes, it eclipses and predominates the whole of the series. It's the crown in the crown jewels of the whole sordid affair. The scene combines all the worst aspects of this fucking show and compresses it down into a solid diamond of shit. The mystery Sherlock is called in to solve before the Adler...
H-Rom is such a good video essayist guy. Like, I feel like he's one of the people who, like, actually uses that medium in a way that accelerates something beyond just, like, I have, like, a creator, you know, I have, like, a humanities script about this piece of art or culture that I have opinions about. And the easiest way of articulating that script and getting it out to people is by making a video essay.
The thing starts is about...
Because people browse YouTube more than they would listen to an audiobook or read a script. Like, he, like, makes it... He makes use of the medium in a really good way. Particularly, like, as he...
guy who's found dead with
developed.
seemingly no apparent...
As someone who has watched him for probably, like, at least a decade, probably. Presumably, probably more than a decade.
We're shown nothing.
How long has he been going for?
No clues that could possibly leave a keen-eyed viewer with the chance to figure it out. He solves it, but doesn't explain what happened or how he figured it out or why, and just stops bothering with it. Then, in an extravagant and fucking ridiculous scene, him and Adler sci-fi imaginate their way through a scene neither of them have actually been to, and Irene discovers that a fucking boomerang did it.
A boomerang, 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 boomerang.
We've talked before about times where the show has pulled something out of its ass, but this fucking scene puts them all to rest. Based on nothing, based on no clues we've been given whatsoever, Sherlock leads Irene to the conclusion that a boomerang did it. And the show presents this as Sherlock being a massive super mega genius. We get shots of Adler making googly eyes at him because she's so attracted to him now that she knows he successfully solved the stupidest written scene in television history. The epic soundtrack swells, and everyone wishes they were being killed by a fucking boomerang. The key to mystery stories, the white, hot, burning core of the genre that makes it what it is being given information just enough that you could maybe figure out what was happening, and then having a character show you something about the information you managed to miss or put the pieces together in a way you wouldn't expect. But to make sure you can't possibly solve it before Sherlock does, because he's supposed to be the most amazing special boy in the world, they can't risk giving you too much information. So they craft a story in which you're shown basically nothing, and then told, bing, it's a legendary serial killer I just made up. Bing! Someone else told me the answer off screen. Bing! It was a fucking boomerang! The audience will never really accept Sherlock as smart because they're never given the pieces for themselves and then presented with a solution they wouldn't have thought of.
I would have to imagine that, like, this superpower smart character on The Boys has probably written something like that. Cause it's a shame, cause like the point, original short stories are good because like it's worse than that. How is it possibly worse than that? Like, you're actually given an ability to understand the mystery, which, like, you know, at a certain level is kind of second-rate art a little bit. You know, like, I don't know. But it's still fun. Like, I still enjoyed reading them as a child.
Instead,
as a teenager,
they're told next.
I'm sure I would still gain lots of joy reading them.
And then Sherlock walks in with the information you did.
It's better than this. At least there's something. This is a level below that.
Didn't have, or does some.
She's super smart for super smart's sake. The moment they need to give her motivation, it's extremely stupid. See, that's like. That makes sense though. I guess you can see that coming. It's just general quality of bad writing that, like, the plot only works it's an idiot plot. Is that the expression? Is it only works because everyone involved in it is stupid? And you're like, oh no, our idiot plot also involves someone whose superpower is super intelligence.
Something unbelievably unrealistic.
You got that from one look? Definitely the new sexy.
The show is edited as if you're supposed to, like Adler, be completely in awe of this genius, but that's never gonna happen. Contrast is required. This is precisely why puzzles are fascinating in the first place. There's a tangible, emotional reaction to figuring out how to solve something and putting something together. Similarly, for a mystery story to work, you have to be shown the problem and the clues before it's solved, so you have a chance to do it yourself and then marvel at seeing someone else find the solution. You're entertained by seeing someone else solve a puzzle you can't because you recognize they've seen something you haven't. Sherlock gives you a meaningless glimpse of a trivial piece of the puzzle, then produces the finished puzzle and tells you it was very hard, I promise. In this show, the viewer's never given a chance to observe.
I never liked Jeannie's characters, almost always bad writing. You haven't watched Young Sheldon? My favorite Young Sheldon episode is when he becomes a communist.
So there's nothing for Sherlock to reveal he observed. So you're left with an incredibly expensive sequence of elaborate camera tricks shot on an Arri Alexa featuring a man telling you he's very smart because he observed events you never got the chance to observe better than you. Look at all these hard-working people, dragging their camera rigs all the way out here so they can film a smooth transition, laying all their dolly tracks and lugging a couch all the way out there and carefully planning and timing dozens of shots, doing excellent professional work. And it's all in service to a mystery story where you're not told anything, so you're not engaged with it at all, and then at the end, you're told a fucking bullshit explanation that you could not have seen coming, and he was really smart, you just have to trust me. Why is...
So if you want to see a great, intelligent character, I'm just picking this out of nowhere. I don't actually know the content of this edit it's gonna be, but I've never watched a single Young Sheldon episode, but I've seen this specific clip before.
People shouldn't be allowed to make these decisions on their own.
Well, who should?
The people who eat the bread. This wouldn't happen if there were centralized control over all these big corporations.
Are you suggesting a communist form of government in Texas?
I suppose I am.
It's great. Which I'm also fairly certain that that's the Hoi 4 Soviet trailer as well. It's good stuff. It's great stuff. Anyway, it's great stuff, folks. Anyway, probably call it here. I'm tired. I'll be back next week. I'll talk to you all later. Buy my guns on the CSGO market. I guess if you want. Alright, Maple takes. You won't buy CSGO skins? That's probably better. Can I sign it? I'll look into that. I know I won't. I won't look into it. That is financial advice. Name tag him? Sure. Sure. I'll talk to you all later. Anyway. Get me closer to a Steam Deck, I guess. That's so stupid. Sorry. My stream is so dumb. Okay. I'll talk to you later.